Well, hello. We are doing the yap today. This is going to be hopefully maybe a short stream slash video, whatever. Yeah, double artifacts, which is interesting. In my, I like how they're like, we gotta list all the domains for you. It makes sense to be clear. This is a nice little shortcut. Probably a little bit more convenient if you're not familiar with the locations of some of the domains, of course. Um, But it's kind of crazy to me that this is, as far as I recall, maybe they did some early on before I started playing the game. But it's kind of crazy to me this is the first time they've done double artifacts. And I'm assuming this is the normal, like... No, not that. I'm assuming this is the normal, like, 60 resin, like the equivalent of the talent domain stuff, right? Where it's, you spend 20 resin and it doubles. It's not doubling a condensed resin, it's doubling the normal 20 resin. So... it's basically just like getting 60 resin for free for 7 days, which is something. I mean, it's good. Like, it's not a bad thing. It's just weird that they haven't done it more, because it's not like, oh, did the account review hold yesterday? What do you mean? I mean, I'm gonna do an account review or UID reviews, but whatever. But probably tomorrow, which is what I've been saying for 2 weeks. I'm sorry. I just wake up and I'm just like, I want to record something else today. I'm kind of tired right now. I don't think I can do a 5-hour unit review stream, even though it makes me money. So, anyways. You fell asleep and missed your Lania. What does that mean? I'm confused. Oh wait, you fell asleep and missed when I was talking about Lania. Oh, that was meant me. That's funny. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. It's not like the RNG equipment system in the game is so impactful that running this every other patch or something would have broken the balance of like how often people have to farm for things. Like, no. So, anyways, chat. Do we want account review? What are you asking for, Winslow? Well, are you asking for an account review for you? Because I didn't realize that's what you were asking for, if that's what you were asking for yesterday. But anyways, he's always talking about Lanyan. I didn't talk about Lanyan. Sylveon talked about Lanyan. Anyways, do I have something about something like Insta or Snapchat? Oh, no. Well, okay. Do I have account? Yes, I think. Do I use them? No. But speaking of things I don't use, that happened yesterday, actually. I do want to yap about this. Here, let me bring it up. I think I still have it open. Yeah, I do. Refresh the page, I suppose. And bring it up in OBS. So, I would not describe this as a viral tweet, per se, but I was made aware of it through my Discord.
But at least it doesn't hide
Rena at 4Yalon made this tweet saying this guy just be doing anything, and it has 140,000 views now. And I was like, oh boy. Like, to be clear, I figured this person wasn't like trying to be negative or anything. It's just like, when someone posts something to Twitter and it gains traction, it's like, oh boy, like the meat of this is like, what is the response gonna be, right? People gonna be like, yeah, this guy's just an idiot, right? Well, he's terrible. He's clearly just hates this video game. Anyway, and then they have this, which, yeah, I did this event last night. That's why I'm up here on this cliff, but this cliff. I'll talk about that in a second. But anyways, so thank you, Rena, for making this tweet, and then they said they love my content. Thank you. And then they put the thingy here. I did put a post saying it made me feel weird fuzzy. So spoilers. We went through here. And they really enjoy Polearms Only. I'm the type of person that holds Genshin together, which is, honestly, this is like one of the best compliments you can give me. I appreciate this, whoever you are, Fatus Fatui, because like,
the desert's a tough adversary.
That's what I've been trying to do in some extent, is like, just try to have fun with the video game. So I don't know. Anyways, is it hard sometimes? Is it when I don't see improvements to the game after I've been playing for 3 years much. Yeah, but I try to keep that in my live streams. Anyways, my favorite Genshin creator. Doing Genshin content based in the game versus focusing on drama. Yeah, I have very intentionally not focused on drama because I don't think it's interesting. Most of the time, I mean, I'll comment on drama on like passingly in live streams, but you know, I don't really say that much of meaningful things about it.
We mercs have one
I am I MLM suggested trying some ideas. I guess that is okay. I mean, MLM, in case you're not aware, I'm assuming they're referring to I am multi-level marketed. This is like a joke statement to say like I socially manipulated him into into trying some teams, which I guess is technically true. But yeah, that's a funny one. You know, give that a like. The only entertaining Hoyo creator. That's again praise. Because like I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm not that entertaining. Anyways, like when content creator make weird noise, weird build, especially if they work good. Yeah. I almost said weird noise because my brain's stupid. So yeah, like my Shadowbloom Kave made them pulse at Lolly. Nice. The best reason to pulse at Lolly. For Shadowbloom Kave, let's go.
My people are used to the desert life. But still, I hope
so anyways, I'm just like
find an oasis of their own.
I don't know if there's a negative comment here yet, which is a weird feeling, right? Like I actually automated. What? I don't use Twitter. What is this? Is this a joke thing they put? Or is this actually a bot? Like this is a disclosed bot? What? Anyways, yeah, I don't know. I like yeah, so thank you. It's nice. Like it's like, oh, the internet. Why are you on this? The internet. Oh, I know. Yeah, it's fine. The internet can be nice sometimes and like make you feel warm, fuzzy happies. Sometimes it's not just negative spiral, because that's when I clicked on that initially, and when I was going to look in the replies, I'm like, oh boy, is going on Twitter going to be like now a week-long negativity spiral for me? And it's not. It was positivity spiral. Crazy. Artifacts and things. Oh yeah, the event. Actually, I'll yap about the event for a second. Let's not condense my resin, actually. Wait, come on. The event was pretty good. I don't think it was like a 10 out of 10 or anything. I think some of the dialogue, but notably, I put my thoughts in the Discord. Oh, it's gone now. I can't really use it as a visual reference. I'm sorry. Let me shift my position. I just realized I was sitting in a really terrible. I was like sitting slouched with like my torso at like a weird angle in my chair. I was like, this is a bad sitting position for a stream. So I'm redoing my sitting position, changing my mic. Sorry. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the event was good. The story, that is, the mini games were just mini games. I mean, it was a little bit more interesting than the combat gimmick mini game in Overworld was kind of interesting, but didn't make me cry. Sorry, I'm dead inside. Do I ever play with controller for comfort? I have in the past for exploration. But honestly, a big reason I don't more for exploration is because it's really annoying to do. You have to like, if I dare want to do something in Genshin that I like prefer controlling with a mouse or prefer going with a keyboard, or sorry, with a controller, I have to do this. Not this. I can't even do it in the, actually this is one problem. You can't even change it when you're in like a thing. So anyway, sorry for complaining, but like not allowing dynamic switching between controller and keyboard is some like 20-year-old game archaic BS. It's so god-awful, especially because this game has so many different UIs and different ways of controlling characters that like sometimes I'd be perfectly happy using controller. Sometimes I would much prefer a mouse and keyboard. I would love to be able to dynamically switch between them. How this game does not auto switch between that blows my mind. Anyways, so I just I've gotten used to mouse and keyboard, and it's fine. And now 3 years of Genshin play, I'm very used to mouse and keyboard. But you know, if I feel like slouching back in my chair, I do on occasion, particularly if I'm like doing long stretches of story. Go controller mode, right? But anyways, wow. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the event was pretty good. The number one thing I felt from it was like, oh, even though like the acting portion, right, was just like, well, his character's acting, right? One, the voice actors seemed to like be able to do more. Like I feel like the voice actors had a lot more fun with that, right? Because some of the dialogue was, you know, a bit corny, of course. Can you stop giving? This is like stop. I don't need this. I have like a 48 crit value feather already. This is useless to me because this garbage artifact set is only going to work on one character. Anyways, also that did not double my thing. Am I stupid? That did not double me. No, it did double me because I spent 20 resin. Yeah, never mind. Sorry. It just didn't seem like a double. Anyways, sorry. What's the saying? Oh yeah, the event. So it was enjoyable. The dialogue like basically mostly just made me be like, oh, this is the kind of, like, Natlan is a nation at war, right? Natlan is a nation at war, right? Why aren't we having, and like these are a bunch of different tribes of people. Like the tribes have their own like cultural differences. It's what the whole implication is supposed to be. These are different people, different communities that are geographically different, culturally different, and yet they all just get along. Everyone's so happy together. And like, point being, thank you. That is actually appreciated, particularly if it rolls attack percent. Maybe I can actually replace be happy with my feather or flower, whatever it is, on my wizard bucket. Do I care about this? I'll check my geo goblets. I don't know if I care about that. Yeah, it doesn't feel like doubles. I feel like artifacts feeling like doubles really needed to double my condensed resin because it doesn't feel like doubles. It is doubling because I'm spending 20 resin, but it feels like it's just normal. My phone just dinged. So yeah, the event was good and made me just be like, okay, we need more of these like character conflicts, right, in Genshin. I think that's a big thing that Natlan was lacking in general. It's just the characters conflicting with each other, right? Like that stupid little casual like fake acting thing with the baby Saurian and whatever. And the animation was great, by the way, that was cute. But like the acting thing is like a preview, like, oh, this is part of what Natlan was missing. If like there was just like some like casual underlying like dislike of each other, because that's what happens with groups of people. This in-group has a little bit of a hate boner for the people of the Springs. It's not like they can't get along together, but like, you know, they'll make like random little snide comments to each other, yada yada. And like, it's like, oh, you can write good character dialogue. Some of it was iffy, but like it was in the context of like the silly acting thing, right? Like, point being, like, too much of Natlan is like happy, everyone's united, we're all wonderful together. Why is the nation of war have no conflict? Like that fake acting was the most conflict the character dialogue had in the entire storyline of Natlan so far, right? Like, so anyways, it might be a slight exaggeration to some extent, but you know, I think you get the point. Like it was like, okay, do more of this, Mihoyo, and like also I think it makes your voice actors be able to do more than just like reading their lines. So, anywho's, yeah, that's my overall vibe. Also, the fact that it ended with a celebration is so funny. I just like every story sequence every single time ending with a celebration in Natlan, everyone coming together and celebrate and have a party together, makes the entire region feel like a college frat boy house. I've never been part of one, to be clear. I just like know the generic stereotype from media. That's what it feels like. It feels like Natlan is just a frat party. Like, gotta celebrate. Oh, baby took its first step. Everyone in the entire area come together and have a party. Ignore the drugs. Is it a surprise that Sitlolly's an alcoholic? This entire region parties every other second. Anyways, that's my yap. Together we are Genshin Impact. Yeah. So I don't know. It certainly doesn't change my feeling that I think Natlan has... What happened there? Natlan has one of the most quality stories to me. I know there's all kinds of interesting lore bits and whatnot that people like, but yep. Well, beautiful, beautiful. All right. We might spend more resin here, but that might be all I get for double artifacts today. I gotta think what I want to do for boss farming this week. I think because the 60 resin thing kind of screws with the formula, the normal formula I do, right? So I can still get the transient resin, which will put me at 180 resin. I don't want. I was gonna say I don't want to use any fragile resin. I don't have a choice. I don't have any fragiles. I should and I probably need to save. Actually, I don't. Am I gonna get any more? What level am I at? The battle pass. I'm going to get 2 more. Well, yes, I should definitely save those for Scopian. Don't worry, we'll talk about Voldemort. So, Inazuma was more Natlan than Natlan? Yeah, which is crazy. Like, Inazuma was not amazing either, necessarily. So, anywho's, yeah, weekly boss day photos with things, right? And I'm just trying to decide, do I, because of the artifact thing, do I split my resin, between multiple days for the weekly bosses? Because what I'm leaning towards right now, if I get... Actually, I think today I do 2 of the weekly bosses, and then I'll do 1 more weekly boss. Because I can just use the transient resin like normal for it, right? Since I had 180 resin. I can do 3 more condensed resin, and then I can do 2 weekly boss runs. Most likely this one, and I'll have to double check the other ones. And then I'll do 1 more weekly boss run. I'll squeeze in somewhere this week, right? That's the idea. But the ideal, like with 180 resin generated per day, if I don't let anything overcap, which I probably will, that should be able to be 3 condensed resin and then 3, you know, doubling 20 resin runs per day in the artifact domain. And hopefully this week, of like with the artifact bonus and everything, will free me from this domain. The primary thing, hello Ana. The primary thing I need is I'm sorry, get out of here. I couldn't see my characters. The primary thing I need, I selected the wrong things, is, I mean, getting more plunge artifacts is nice. In particular, I would appreciate having the option for a crit rate circlet with, like, you know, a couple crit damage rolls. So I could consider using, I mean, and this wouldn't be terrible, to be clear. But well, actually, it's particularly not going to be terrible. Like, that's a very usable circlet, particularly if it rolls into attack percent a bit for, you know, this. But the buff set for Asa has, she mostly just wants crit substats, and having a crit rate circle would be nice, but I'm not like too concerned about it as far as Varessa's build goes. So what we are going to do, I have no reason to level this like at all. Like, there's no reality where this, okay, I guess there is a reality. If it rolls like max roll attack percent and then max rolls every single crit roll, maybe it actually is a side grade or better than this, theoretically. But this one though, I have this on, no, not that, I have this currently for Varessa, and this rolled just like, it's not bad, but it's just like exactly mid enough that I'm not comfortable throwing this one or this one away, right? So I would really love if this rolled well. Oh, it's gonna let me down. Am I allowed to do that? I said I wasn't gonna throw this away yesterday immediately, but I kind of want to throw it away. Chat was on like a 50. I let chat vote on this yesterday, and chat said like 54% throw it away. I say purge it. Like, you gotta understand, to be clear, I have an extreme. I have like a 45 crit value goblet with attack percent and ER as an offset goblet. The reason not to throw those away is because I don't know where my stopping point is, and I would not mind having options for like Chao or whatever, but like I don't think this is the goblet I want to use on Chao. If it had 1 more crit roll already, I absolutely would not be throwing it away. But at this point, this could also be a Chao artifact, and I would much rather prefer this feather to roll well. So you know what? We sacrifice a good potential artifact into a good potential artifact. Let's get it to level 16 at least, so I can be sad immediately. I told you. I told you it was gonna let me down. Oh, I will say it has the potential to still be better than this one. Technically. Wait, does it? Because it only has one crit roll so far. I don't even want to level to 16 anymore. Or 20. It's so expensive to level things at 20, man. Can you just stop? Like, could it at least have an attack percent roll? All it had to do was have one attack percent roll. And I'd be like, alright, cool. It's definitely, it's probably an upgrade. Unless I get screwed with the 25% chance on the last roll, right? What am I supposed to do with that? I hate this situation with artifacts where you have four different artifacts that are slightly different from each other, all in this awkward middle ground of like usable, but like none of them are objectively, yeah, throw this away, right? Like I hate this. I hate this stupid middle ground of artifact quality. Like all. Anyways, like this is like the low rolls on here. This is a 25 CV piece, right? If this, oh my leg, what just happened there? The artifact screen lag. What is happening? It's only been Genshin, by the way. It's been like lagging for me. I haven't had other games lag for me on my computer lately, so I have no idea what's happening. I probably need to reinstall Genshin. Anyways, if it max rolls like crit rate, for example, so that would be like it's 4 CV more. It'd be 4 crit value more than this piece, and like I could probably throw away this piece, right? This is what I'm talking about. Where like just having an attack percent roll would make me so much more happy, and I could be like, yeah, sweet, attack percent roll, I can throw away this. As it stands right now, this minimum attack percent roll is worse than the 56 flat attack on this. I'm not kidding. This flat attack is better than the minimum attack percent roll. Like it's I hate the minimum max roll values in this game. It's so stupid. It's like it's so stupid how the variable roll values make it so even when you get valuable rolls, it makes it garbage. Anyways, it's fine. It's fine because you know the game's gonna just like give me a 4-line double crit attack percent that also is gonna roll into ER in the next 3 condensed resin here. Whatever, it's fine. We need relatable artifacts on the artifact day. You know, the moment I praise them for something. I just closed Firefox somehow. How did I do? How did I do that? How did I actually just close Firefox? Did Firefox crash? I don't think I closed Firefox. Give me a second. I need Firefox back because that's where my stream dashboard was. So that was weird. Okay. Do that. Just build healer Veressa with prototype Amber. Honestly, true. I should just keep her on a healing build. That's what the game is trying to tell me. It's like, how dare you? How dare you try to get Veressa on a good build with our new artifacts? Just free yourself from the suffering and do healer Veressa. Oh boy. I should have talked more in the healer Veressa video a little bit about how I think we'll choose these so I don't want to have to farm for if I get these I basically don't think I'm gonna have to farm anything at all for you know who, Voldemort. Let's say oh yeah, I maybe should have talked more about how C2 Veressa significantly potentially opens up the healing potential even more because you have to spend way less field time with C2 to get the same amount of healing. Did I get over 100k Nilu Bloom? It's still possible in this account. I just haven't done it. Not outside of an event, to be clear. I've done it in events. Anyways, oh wait, oh yeah, I forgot. I never even tried that. I forgot that theoretically the oh, should we try this today? I forgot. That's all. You just pulled that back from the annals of my memory, where I realized that Sitlolly's weapon on Kokomi functionally should give Kokomi enough EM, from what I recall when I did the math before, to get 100k bloom damage without a C2 Nilu, with a C2 Nahida, to be clear. So a non-C2 Nahida is equivalent of getting 50k bloom damage, which is very hard to reach. Okay. Remind me in a second after we're done artifacting. We can try to do 100k Nilu blooms. The team for that has to be Baiju, Kokomi, Nilu. So let's be that.
You're calling for me? Coming.
And I misstroke. It's fine. Where's Nahida? Nahida.
I've been waiting for you for ages.
And the goal with 100k isn't just to necessarily get 100k once, but to get 100k like semi-consistently, right? Would be the idea. But we're gonna have to reconfigure some builds for that a lot, so it's fine. All right. My dailies. Just play Pyro Traveler, Pyro Plunge Traveler, crazy strong. Yep, not too surprising. Oh yeah, I should be able to get C6 Pyro Traveler today. Oh yeah, I could have put that in the thumbnail as well, but I forgot. I don't know. I need to go here. Hello. Baiju instructors. Yes, probably. Who is the best instructors actually? Maybe it might be better to have Baiju on Deepwood and not. Well, no. We're gonna have to muck with it. We're gonna have to muck with it a little bit. It's been a while since I thought about doing 100k bloom damage or trying to get 100k bloom damage. Yay. Give me. Thank you. Wait, would it have been? Would I have gotten more? This is the ER food, I think. Achievements. Well, cheesy crab hot pot. I think that's the ER food. Which is good. Should make some of that. Okay, yeah, let's go do that quick before I forget. It'll be hard cap at a 20% bloom crit rate from Nahida. I mean, yes. That's why I said it's the equivalent of getting 50k because the crit rate is fixed, right? Oh, good job. The crit rate is fixed, so the C2 Nahida, again, the 100k bloom is just the 20% chance on top of the 50k blooms. So what the goal would be to see 50k blooms regularly, with the 100ks being the crits, right? Pyro Traveler, aka Dendro Traveler. Not saving it for the Pyro MC video. I don't think I have a particular need to. I'm gonna have enough yapping about Pyro MC. I don't think I need to have this in the video. Although, here, you know what? I can record this just in case I care about the clip. Wow, Pyro Traveler. Okay. Give me my lore. And C6. 6 flint lights up the moment of arrival in the seats upon which we may evermore rest. We call it a miracle. Together we have brought this journey to its conclusion. Yet instead of an ending, let us see this as a new beginning. Wow. First C12 in the game. Yeah. Wow, when in the Night Soul Blessing state, the Traveler's normal charge and plunging attacks will be converted to Night Soul-aligned pyro damage that cannot be overridden, and the crit damage of these attacks is increased by 40%. Wow. It's still very sad to me that this does not increase the crit damage of the burst or skill. But it's still a good constellation. It enables, like, Pyro Traveler to be a free, competent pyro main DPS, which is cool. Wow. Alright. Cool. All unlocked. Crazy. Alright, you know, I said this was going to be a short stream, but now I want to kind of mess around with Pyro Traveler too. Crap. No, we're gonna hold off. Although, I can't really properly mess around with Pyro Traveler with... you know, man, why did... Whatever, it's fine. that's the same materials Moika and Eonson used. So, you know, I have some left, which is nice, but, you know, it's not a lot. But anyways, I guess here, at least do, hey, at least they use whistles. What do I have for, oh, I do have, wait, what? What? They use a different material for the... Oh. Travelers always used all three. I've never leveled up Traveler's talents meaningfully. We could go through my Travelers. I think the only one I put any talent materials into was Dendro Traveler. To be fair. I actually didn't know that. That might be a really good thing in my case, because we can take a peek, see what other characters use those materials. So they use gold. So the gold material they use is not contention. Then it's probably, or does it switch literally every level? How many do you need? This is bottom of the iceberg knowledge. I don't know if it's bottom of the iceberg knowledge, but it is like right below the iceberg. It switches literally every level. Okay, so I have no freaking clue how many I need. Oh goody. In my case, I think that does actually help me level them, though. Although it would be nice if they used mostly kindling, but they probably don't use mostly kindling. Okie dokie. Well, sure. You know, let's... How many... Oh, God. I have no idea. I have no idea. My brain does not know how to compute the expectations here. Let's do this equivalently. Okay, good. Kindling. Okay. Sweet. Well, we had enough to get to 6, which is really good. I'm glad. And I'm not triple crowning, so sorry, Tars. I'm not doing it. Not yet. You check the talent level up guide? Yeah, I probably could. C0 Eon's better than C6 Bennett for Vressa? I would say yeah, because of Vressa energy situation. So the question is, what would I want to take Traveler to? Because I do want to give Pyro Traveler a proper shot. I think they are the most interesting one by far to invest meaningfully in. Did you even unlock Hydro Traveler? Yeah, I did. I'm assuming these use 2 per level for level 9, so... What quests have I not done? That you get these from? I know. I'm assuming do you get 2 of these from the New World quest? This kind of would have expected I had more than this. I don't know what quest I'm missing, other than the new one though, is my point. Pyro, MC, or Gaming? Gaming is much better. They're from the world quest as well? I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, what world quest have I not done? Story quest? Oh no, are you serious? They're from the character story quest too? You get them from this? Is that where I'm missing? Okay. Okay. Great. Well, it's fine. It doesn't really matter that much because my bar for like actually measuring how usable characters are is level 8. So I think I'll probably try to take Traveler to level 8 on all talents. Maybe higher. I don't know. We'll see. Because 8 is just 6. But I have to do... there's... Whatever. We're not gonna think about it right now. I don't want to think about it right now. Alright. You've not done those? No, I don't like... Most of Genshin's character story quests are bad. I'm sorry. They're just advertisements. They're just freaking advertisements. They're, hey, do this quest to make you like this character so that you want to pull them more. And then people stop talking about the quest entirely after the character's release, like the first banner. But Primo Gems, that's not really been that much of a concern for me as a content creator. Which is, yes, content creator problem. But also, I think you're overestimating the amount of Primo Gems you get for the time involved in those. Generally speaking. And also, I have been purposely protesting. On top of this, I have been purposely protesting, skipping most of them. Where is the freaking thing? Yeah, I've been purposely protesting FOMO Primo Gems doing this crap. I think this is cringe. FOMO Primo Gems is crap. Just put these in the quest itself. Anyways. Do the quest for the reputation? I don't need to do the quest for the reputation. And also, you get punished resource-wise for doing the quest for the reputation, because if you do the quest for the reputation, you don't have the ability to get the artifact XP from the reputation, and artifact XP is more valuable. So it's better to take longer to do the reputation. Anyways. I have Pyro Traveler active too. Still don't I? Oh crap. Well, I guess we're using Pyro Traveler. Alright, let's see. Impromptu Pyro Traveler building. This is a Shepard's team. Yoink. Okay, what? No, get rid of the dendro damage ones. God dang it, game. I kind of might need to use that. I know the crit goblins with a lot of crits seem really nice looking, but I think I might need to use this. We'll equip this for now. And flap. ER is a major concern, so, you know. Okay. And do this. What does this look like? That looks very underwhelming. Okay. Stat stick weapon. Less underwhelming. We cheating. We cheating with a 5-star weapon here. Alright. And their ER should hopefully be fine. You know what? We can try a different goblet. I'm down to try a different goblet. We can try Harlequinos. Bam. Look at that. Now it looks really nice looking. See if 130 ER is enough in a triple pyro team. Normally you would do an off-field electro here. Alright. Okay, this makes... I didn't have energy, so, you know... is what it is. Now we wait. Now we can actually burst. Alright, Travel, it's your time to shine. Oh, okay. This. Wow, 80,000 damage. Bam. Big damage. I lost overload buff, to be clear. So, you know. This is not an ideal Shepherd's team by any means for Pyro Traveler. Wow. Crazy. A week of Pyro Creep? Yeah, pretty much. Dude, oh yeah, and it has pyro res. That's true. I forgot about that. Okay, this is like the 8th time it's given me a potentially compelling HP timepiece in this godforsaken set. Look, we haven't heard anything about Skirk being HP scaling, and ER is probably a dead stat on her, probably. And I already have a bunch of ER and other pieces. Screw this piece. I mean, I should engage, to be clear. Off pieces exist. I should engage 4-line principle. Yes, maybe that roll... Whatever, I'm not going to go find it. Maybe that rolls crit damage once. You can roll all into crit damage and be a 45 crit damage HP piece. No. I'm just going to say no. Because I have other compelling HP timepieces. Is why. It's just not going to be a difference maker for my account. Can I check your Arlecchino? Not right now, Rayhan. Kind of doing some other things. Clamp. I should have switched to whatever. It's fine. 100,000 damage. And refresh overload. I wonder if I should... I don't think the hold skill just a tap skill really matters. It's fine. Considering, you know, this team, like, it completely relies on Traveler's raw talent levels, and this is level 6 talents. Level 80 out of 90 Traveler. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Yeah, no, Skirk is probably not Skirk is probably not an HP scaler. Should you keep the pieces just in case if you want to get Skirk? Maybe. Yeah. What? How did that miss? What actually happened there? Whatever. I don't think I like Traveler's hold skill, by the way. It just takes too long. There's too much end leg. Also, what is the... I never noticed Alhaithan's weapon has a little light that glows on it. I'm assuming that's the passive being triggered from the crit rate. Or the EM after normal attacks deal elemental damage. Yeah, okay. Anyways. No. Try that. This could be one of the main pieces that would help me stop farming this domain. So, you know, we'll see how it rolls. I keep it looking at the side. Come, please. I'm sure this Pyro Traveler performance hurts Tars. I don't know why I did that. Damn. I didn't get any particles from that because skill doesn't hit. Oh, Pyro Traveler's energy is going to be fun. Oh boy. Wow. This is not bad. How do you actually break that? Plunges. Primarily plunges. Or just a lot of damage. Why don't use D a second E? It's just, generally speaking, not worth it. Thanks for the 2 poopy Pyro Goblins in a row. Generally speaking, not worthwhile. Okay, again, 4-line principle. Maybe she's HP scaling. Should theoretically level it up. I have a way too high of crit value piece to care about this piece, I don't think. And I have good off pieces for HP scalers, so I just don't think I care about that. But if you are in an account that's, you know, not played as long as I have, you should definitely keep those kinds of artifacts. Do not undervalue a piece like that as being a valuable piece for someone in the future as an off piece. But you know, if I sort my account by, you know, crit rate, HP, you know, I got this relatively recently, right? I have this if I want crit rate, HP, and EM, right? So like, and that's probably not going to be an onset piece. So I just don't think this matters. but you should probably engage in 4-line principle and at least level it to 4 or 8 or whatever to see if it has good stats. Would be good on Barbara. Maybe. But, like, are you assuming that you can use the 4-piece set bonus, or you're just assuming the stats could be good? I don't really, again, not really as good as, like, my other pieces could be. That's my point. I have better pieces. So, anyways. The actual big deal artifacts there. Well, we can do some more with Power Travel in a second. But the big deal artifacts there. Okay.
This is gonna be fun.
Let's see. Do. Surely. Surely it can't be worse than this, right? Surely it can't be worse than this. Sweet. Sick. I think I'm a little weirdly heavy in crit rate on my Skirk pieces at this moment in time. But that is a fine problem to have. That is a perfectly fine problem to have. Alright. So that, what does that make? We don't know Skirk's Ascension stat, by the way. That meaningfully changes what I will actually do on her. But that is a very quality piece. And where's Layla? Loadout. So, and again, I'm not even 100% set on getting Skirk, to be clear. But I think I will probably get her because I am down for having a cryo DPS. A newer cryo DPS. Risley's gameplay was not that interesting to me. And I'll be honest, what we're hearing about Skirk is not necessarily that interesting of gameplay to me either. But we shall see. It seems like, so the information we have, by the way, it's not really worth talking too many specifics. It seems like they're going to heavily incentivize you to play cryo hydro, multiple cryo hydro teammates, like potentially a full team of hydro. Oh my god, brain, hydro and cryo teammates. Which is, yeah, theoretically pretty restrictive. We don't know exactly, like, yes, we have heard some numbers, but this is not beta information. And we don't know the baseline numbers. They just gave us numbers of what, like, the change is. But without knowing the baseline numbers, what the change is doesn't mean anything. So, like, I'm having that tone because I'm annoyed by, like, the comments I read on the Reddit thread, where, like, people are just like, oh, so these are her teams. Like, we can't draw these conclusions without the base numbers. Stop making assumptions about the base numbers that we don't have. So anyways, I'm not inherently against the idea of her being balanced this way if the intention is to, like, make her bad for melt. So they just they give incentivizations to do other things. She has... Right now, it seems like her kit is going to at least have some flexibility to have a flex slot in the team. Is my read on it, if the information is true, and that's cool. That is cool. Why? Because flexibility good. So I guess if I just realized. I guess if I'll unlock this, and I will lock this one instead. What was I saying? We don't know exactly what Skirk's teams look like. We don't know if she has crit rate, crit damage, ascension. People are making a lot of assumptions because we are getting some information, more information than we normally get before beta. And my hope is that she has some flexibility for different shenanigans in some form, right? I would like to have her not be, like, if she's really, really bad outside of Escoffier teams, not my preference, right? I do not want this character that will be, like, 130k DPS, which is a nonsense amount of damage. It's like Mawika damage, right? For the whole team. and, 50k DPS outside of that context, right? That would be really lame. I doubt that's the balance they're going to go for, right? Because they're not stupid, even though they might really want you to pull Escoffier and Skirk, right? They're not going to make that be like the character's only viable teams kind of thing. So, point being, I think Skirk will be fine. Anyone doom posting because she's too team limited is being a bit silly when we don't have actual numbers. Is she what I wanted her kit to be, based on what we know currently? Probably not. I would not say this fulfills my wish list of what I would have wanted, but that's fine. She can still end up being fun regardless of what I specifically wanted. Yeah. Oh yeah. Escoffier, by the way, yeah, if you look up her, if you find out, I'll talk about her a little bit, but yes, Escoffier is 99.9% going live exactly as her kit was when it launched and what it is now. Yeah, let's talk about all of her changes. There's so many of them. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so yeah, pretty sure Benny will be a good support. Yeah, if Escoffier or if Skirk has a flex slot like she has, it very much might seem like there's a possibility that her teams aren't just full Escoffier teams. At the very least, if you don't have Escoffier, it's likely that you'll maybe want to do like Farina, Skirk, plus Bennett. Yep, it's Farina Bennett. It might be that. I'm sorry. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. That might be what her teams are. It might be Farina, Skirk, Bennett, Shalodin. Ooh, team design in current Genshin. As far as her non-Escoffier team options. We shall see, though. We don't have the exact numbers of her base kit. We just have the modified numbers, and those modified numbers might be bullshit, too. So, no, I did not see the Minecraft movie, but I've seen some memes. So, anyways. Yeah, Dahlia supposedly might be a 4-star Hydro Sword user, which would be nice because we need more Hydro units. The fact that they might be releasing a Hydro 4-star that is not a Natlan unit is super lame, though, because just a baseline of being like a Hydro 4-star that applied Hydro from the off-field and could use 4-piece scroll would make them a good character. Right? Like that would be a mini Farina, even if they don't quite do what Farina does, obviously, as far as like the personal damage, because Farina is the conjunction of personal damage and buffing, right? So someone like buffing less than Farina, but still doing Hydra application would be a good character. But Dahlia is not a Natlan character, so can't use 4-piece scroll, which means it's a big old crapshoot on how good or garbage that character's kit is. Yeah, I know they're from Mondstadt, and that's my point. My point is that they, in my opinion, they should have made a Hydra 4-star in Natlan. Were you not listening, Jotaro? Were you not listening what I was just saying? Anyways, as far as Skirk goes, it's safe to say at this point in time, she's almost assuredly completely attack scaling. And you will probably basically never build her for EM. So, at the very least, it should make it pretty easy to prioritize her stats, where she mostly cares about crit. Attack percent should be a pretty good substat. Yep, that's probably where she's at. And it's possible Attack Goblet could be very, very good on her in some team contexts. Although, if you're doing Escoffier, if you're doing like her premium Escoffier team, like Escoffier, Verena, Shenhe, Skirk, it seems like that's going to be her most premium team. Again, we don't know the exact damage it's going to get or anything, but that's probably going to be a premium team. That will want a Cryo Goblet because of how Shenhe's buff works. But any like non-Shenhe Escoffier team, I think an Attack Goblet might be very good. Commented too early? Yeah, no. I was just poking fun at you. Anyways, Aoife should have been a Hydra healer. Yeah, Aoife's kit. But if Aoife was an on-field, like, that would be cool, right? Having a supportive, focused Natlan Hydra unit that to get their Hydra application, you have to on-field them. And if you don't on-field them, you don't get off-field Hydro. you just get like the scroll buff. Aoife could have been an amazing character if he was just a Hydra unit. Whatever. Anyways, missed opportunity. Common Hoyo L. So what does my freaking what does my Skirk build look like? If I want drip weapon, because I don't care about the passive at all, we could use this, but realistically this will be a better stat stick weapon because it gives 8% more crit value. Even if the passive is basically useless. Yeah. So even that artifact means that even if Skirk ascends with crit damage, I should have a usable build. If she ascends with crit damage, it would be nice to have a little bit more crit rate. Which I could level like that piece, level this piece, level this piece. So, you know, I have some options if I need to get her to have more crit rate. Although cryo goblets are definitely one of the goblets categories I am lacking in on the account. But yeah, my preference would definitely be on my account that she ascend with crit rate. But also if she ascends with crit damage. So if she ascends with crit damage, add 33 crit damage. But let's switch to like, this weapon should be a higher synergy weapon for her. Why am I assuming that? Well, because the artifact set gives 60% normal attack damage bonus. I'm going to assume that the weapon that gives a bunch of normal attack damage bonus will also be good for her. Like, Haran will probably be... Goddamn. Haran will probably be her second best weapon, realistically. But not with this build. So this would be, you know, switch to crit damage circlet. So add... if she's crit damage ascending in particular, but actually let's so add just 42% crit damage, right? To the total right now. That puts me at 190. I would still prefer she's crit rate ascending. Okay, so either way right now, either weapon option for me, I would prefer she's crit rate ascending actually. But if she's crit damage ascending, that might push me towards Haran. Yeah, but even if she is crit rate ascending, I might still seriously consider Haran, just because Haran's stats good, but Haran is also my Clorin's weapon right now, and I might want to play them both at the same time. And I don't think I will care too much about ugly weapon. So, yeah, I think I'm probably chilling with my Skirk build, even with this circlet being kind of not amazing. I think it's safe to say I could be done farming this domain and be pretty happy because of the fact that the units I would use either of the sets on are strong enough units that I don't really care that much about min-maxing the build past this point. It's kind of my overall vibe. Like, my bar for a really good circlet, or not a really good, my bar for a good circlet is one more crit roll than this. So it's only one stat roll away from a good circlet. Like, whoop-de-doo, man. Like whoop-de-doo when all my other pieces are, you know, 30 CV or higher. Especially with how high CV this is, right? It makes up for this. So it's like, it will not make a difference to my experience of using the character, right? So I could theoretically just stop farming the artifacts today is my point. I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm still going to spend most of my resin this week in this artifact domain. Because again, I would like to, you know, continue... You know, hopefully I could get this piece, but one that doesn't roll into twice into it. You know, that would be nice. But this helps a lot, is my point. This basically this nearly finishes my Skirk farming situation, assuming I want Skirk. And now I just kind of would appreciate. I should check this. Now I would just kind of appreciate. Yeah, that's fine. A crit rate circlet for Veressa if I want to use her signature weapon. And yeah, and then the continued options for flowers would be fine. Although this weapon, I think this flower I am more happy with if I use a signature weapon build. Because right now, like, my situation is if I use Lost Prayers, which I like particularly for Overworld, which is where I'm using Resin most. This is what the build looks like with the flower without any crit rate. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a very usable build. If I put this on her, it's slightly higher CV, right? I lose a tiny bit of attack, slightly higher CV, and like I think this is better. This is technically a better build, you know. But I think I kind of would be fine with a slightly higher variance of this. But if we use this versus this with signature weapon, right? Blap. And then here we can just pretend we have like this quality of circlet on her. Pretend it's the 4-piece plunge set. You can see that, you know, if I didn't have the 10% crit rate from that flower, you know, the crit rate is much more valuable, right? With a really a big fat crit damage static weapon, and a timepiece that doesn't have any crit rate, of course. So, you know, I'm happy with this if I use her signature weapon. I'm less happy with this if I use Lost Pairs. Is my overall vibe, and this does not help anything. Is my overall feeling right now, but it's like also not bad enough to immediately throw away. Technically, oh well. But yes, I'll keep on farming, particularly for a crit rate circlet, is my feeling. I did get a crit rate circlet, by the way, that had crit damage. It had a max crit damage, including, I think it was a max crit damage with 3 dead stats, and it was 4-line. I actually did get a good crit rate circlet. But, as you can see, I no longer have it. Do you want to guess how it rolled? I leveled it to 20. I leveled it to 20 because I knew a single crit roll would be good enough. I'd be happy with a single crit roll. It rolled entirely into bad stats. So anyways, let's go to Teapot and do some boss farming quick. What's my best obsidian build on her? Do I have Akasha open still? Because I don't feel like equipping my obsidian build. Here, I can open up Akasha. I think it's there. Yeah, it is. Wait. Oh, it's not. Never mind. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So my... Here. So this build... That's very zoomed in. This build is actually officially better than my obsidian build. My obsidian build is top 4%. So that's kind of cool. Yeah. There you go. So this build, before this flower, this build was not good enough to be this high a ranking. It was like top 15% or something. So there you go. So now this build is actually better than my obsidian build. Cool. I'll take that. Which again is, I think, like, if I have reached a point, again, ignoring the factor that I would like to also be able to use her signature weapon, not just Lost Prayers. If I have reached the point where, you know, it is as good / better than my obsidian build. I by the way, I didn't look at the actual damage value calculation there. If you're trying to compare different weapon types of builds with different artifact sets on using Akasha to compare your own builds, make sure you go look at the actual damage result calculation, not necessarily in the same team context, not just the ranking, right? I just didn't feel like doing that at that moment. But my point is like, I'm pretty sure my plunge artifacts are now definitely good enough to stick with the plunge artifacts on Bressa. Is kind of my point. My only real friend just blocked you and everything? Why? What'd you do?
This route.
Wrong button. Wait, did I just get 30 more? Because the minute passed over or whatever? Yoink. Have you seen the new game mode leaks? Yeah, I talked about that a bunch yesterday and how it relates to like Deadly Assault. Oops. Yeah, there we go. Okay. In Zenless. And I'm quite based on my experience with Deadly Assault and Zenless and how they configured this event, not that, how they configured this event, I'm actually fairly optimistic about it. But yeah, I don't know if Fury's banning you. I see. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's a messy problem when people like shut you out, right? Because it's like, it's just rude. It's just rude. My overall perspective when that has happened has been like, and how I deal with it is like, if they are someone who can't even like give you like the reason they're disconnecting from you in the first place, they clearly, well, it sucks because you of course might have felt like they were a good friend from their end, they clearly weren't as good of a friend. You weren't as good of a friends maybe as you thought. Like, it wasn't actually that solid of a friendship, or they're just a shitty person in that moment. Doesn't mean they're always a shitty person. So I don't know. You know, it's up to you whether or not you want to try to work through crap with them. But if they, I'm trying to yap, okay? So I don't know. You could try to reach out to people that are still connected to them, right, and figure out what's going on with them, because maybe they just need someone to talk to. Maybe it could help your friendship, yada yada. But also, maybe it's just time to move on from that relationship, right? So I don't know. It's like not necessarily best for yourself to get too obsessed over it, because relationships are two-way. If one person doesn't want to be in part of the relationship, well, forcing things might not be good for either of you. So I don't know. I'll see them after Easter in school, so I'll see then. Best of luck. Anyways, it sucks and have a hug and try to let them. It sucks and have a hug and try to let them go. Yeah, yeah. Okay, we gotta do Bios's. Oh, we should use Pyro Traveler. What team should we use with Pyro Traveler? All right, we can let's do a reaction team with Pyro Traveler. And how did that happen? And I will yoink my timepiece. This is the perfect timepiece actually for Pyro Traveler. And look at that, perfect, beautiful. Look at that beautiful stat line. 207 EM. The crit rate's a little sus still, but look at that ER. Look at that ER. Beautiful Pyro Traveler. This is why perfect example, by the way, of like why you keep Whack-Arse artifacts like this one. But yeah. Anyways, just trying to see quick. Is there a way I can force some more crit rate though? Because I probably should get a bit more crit rate than this. I guess I could use a different Pyro Goblet. I guess the only one I have is more. That's this one, which is not that much more, but it's something. All right, yeah, it's slightly better. All right. Plunge with Chongyun? I guess we can just try Plunge, yeah. I'm down to try Plunge. I'm done with this video. I don't need to keep this team here. Did we do Eon's on? I mean, C6 Band is probably better, technically. But I kind of like Eon's on. I like Eon's on. Especially, I have C6 Eon's on, right? So, you know, it balances out, like, especially with plunging teams. It balances out quite a lot. I think Vaporize is the way to go. We could try to do Melt Plunge, to be clear. I don't know if I want to have to muck about with that right immediately. Wait, C6 benefits their plunge damage, right? Oh wait, maybe I don't know. Anyway, sorry. By the way, disclaimer: I have C2 Cloud Retainer. Don't put that much stake in the results we're gonna see here for your account.
Unsolved mysteries.
It does. Okay, good. It would be sad if that did not affect plunges. All right, cool. Hopefully this will be fine. Melt Plunge doesn't work. All right, yeah, I was kind of, yeah, the reason being is like the skill on Pyro Traveler is necessary, and if their plunge, if the skill damage, you know, eats the cryo, I think double cryo plunge might work theoretically. Like maybe Lolly Escoffier Chongyun could work theoretically, but you know, also getting pyro on this thing is going to be annoying. Chongyun is on BB. You know what? I'm gonna... Don't die. Don't die. Don't... Okay. Vape Plunge barely does? Oh, okay. Interesting. Great. Look at my energy. Okay, well... Why is everyone dead? Or no energy. Okay, I am going to go refill my energy. And I think I'll use Bennett instead, though. Primarily because it's actually going to be possible to swirl. I don't think there's any feasible way to swirl pyro without Bennett. Is the main reason. Otherwise, I would use eons on here. Is there any enemies nearby? Hello. No, right under my feet.
Smashed or scorched? Which will it
Smashed or scorched?
Aha!
How
Yeah.
dare you!
I do like the dinging sound of Pyro Traveler. Please. Ow. Okay, leave me alone. Okay, can you stop? Chongyun's little bird thing that plunges with you, swirl pyro when you plunge. VV only works on field. Leave me alone. Really? Really? I have no... If you don't... Okay, good. I was gonna say, I have no qualms with dispatching you. Humanely. Banner boy.
I won't hold you
So
back.
we'll do like Farina into Bennett into Chongyun probably. We'll hopefully swirl pyro. No, hopefully. We shall see though. Also, wait. I'm sorry. We have this Pyro Traveler has the special abilities here. I'm not gonna do a plunge team because I think it's more fun to do the spitty abilities. In this one. Swirl damage bonus works off field, but the res shred doesn't then? What, swirl damage bonus? From who? Does she have swirl damage bonus? If she does, it's irrelevant. Brother, don't you ever get tired of Genshin? I mean, do you get tired of working? Yes. But Genshin ultimately is both something I enjoy, but also, you know, is something I do for monies, for work, right? So, you know, it's not as simple as, yes, I get tired from it. But, like, yes, I get tired from working, but it's also a video game, and I still get enjoyment out of it. I don't know. It's just become part of my life at this point. So, yeah. Anyways, my relationship to Genshin is a little bit different than a normal person's relationship to Genshin. Okay, so I'm just trying to like compute if I should try Vaporize still or if I should try Melt. You know what, we can try Melt. I'm done with trying Melt.
Leave me alone.
The question is,
never mind. Let's go.
I think I really don't know if Melt was gonna. I don't know. Let's just try it. Let's try it. Wait, what? OMG just started. I was thinking, can you f off? I don't know if you're being a troll. Good job, but like, can you f off? You make me bored. Do something. Then don't watch my live streams. I'm sorry. This is what happens when you're playing a video game where you have to decide between 500 different combinations of characters to use.
Where did that come from?
I'm sorry. Like, I was computing, like, okay, I want to do Melt Pirate, and now because you've been annoying, yes, I'm going to make you wait even longer. This is what you get. Because you couldn't wait 2 seconds for me to decide. Because I was like, okay, I want to try Melt Sitlali with the fun Pyro Traveler constellations against this bot. So I was like, I think it's this bot. I mean, it is a bot, technically, against this boss. And I was like, okay, but the application from their skill and their burst and whatever is going to be like, I don't know if you're actually going to be able to like consistently get. Also, I left for reading the team. That was stupid. Oops. Whatever. I've effed up everything. Anyways. I love you. Sub you chill. I watch every day. I appreciate it, but anyways. Just saying, like, you gotta hold your horses. Sorry, I gotta decide things sometimes. Alright, and bam. That was a... Oh, because... You... Wait. You don't go... You have to skill into burst. Ugh. Okay. Well, it's decent damage.
You are loyal to the wrong master.
Wow. Energy.
Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh.
I did it again. Crap. Ah, crap, man. I didn't even get the big number. Okay, we're vaping up arena now. Oh, we got some big numbers. I don't know. This team dynamic actually works pretty well. With this boss. To be clear, obviously, what Pyro Traveler is going to do without the, story C6 blades and whatever, and the res decrease. Isn't there res decrease? Yeah, there's a res decrease. There's a ton of pyro bonus. I'm not going to expect that result from this team. Outside of this boss. Oh, boy. Okay. But yeah. Wow. Pyro Traveler strong against this boss. Crazy. And those were some drops. I think these are the ones I need technically, so that's fine. I think I have I have enough of these other ones that I'll be able to convert. I'm not planning on taking a Scofier past level 8 talents, so. Anyways. I apologize for making too much fun of you, Adishif, but like, yeah, sorry, I'm gonna have to make decisions sometimes in live. Live is not the time-efficient way to consume my content. I'm sorry. If you want to watch my live streams, but you get bored during them, then I recommend watching the VOD, I guess, because at least then you can skip forward when I'm waffling on what team to use. We can try plunge though against. Sorry, I'm gonna have to make another decision here. We can try plunge though against. I don't know if it matters that much. I think I will do this one though, because I might. This is a very, very might not commit, but I'm mostly just farming bosses because of like accruing other resources, dream solvents, crystals, and everything. Can you move in 1.5x? What does that mean? Do I sing or have I sung in the past? You have the deeper voice, so I can totally imagine you singing as a baritone. Outside of like singing in the car or in the shower? No. I didn't switch to plunge. Chat was so chill a moment ago. Are they that much not chill anymore? If people are being mean in chat, I'm sorry. But stop being dicks in chat. If I have accidentally turned you into dicks in chat, that's my bad. Anyways, I wish the C6 worked in Overworld. Yeah, I know, right? Like I would much rather have the story C6 without the pyro crit damage. Like I like, yes, the strongest thing realistically probably would actually have been the healing. And then obviously the opponent's res decrease would have been potentially very strong as well. But the thing that I think would be most fun on a gameplay level is if this ability was anywhere. Like movement speed, stamina consumption, and then the normal charge attacks with the dealing 96% of their attack as damage. That just could have been so fun. Like this weird range damage dealer, like there's like so much fun potential there, and they're just like, no, you can only have it against the story boss for reasons, and it's one of the least fun enemies in the game to fight. I mean, Pyro Traveler makes it relatively easy because the range and whatever, but the Night Soul aligned damage incentivization, to be clear. All right, try plunge.
I trust you have packed ample foodstuffs.
Do I appreciate your presence in chat? I don't appreciate anyone's presence in chat. I wish you would all go away. That's why I That's why I don't live stream. No, I'm trolling. No, I appreciate anyone's presence in chat, other than the people that I banned, which is very, very few people. Like I have, you can be a little bit of trolls in chat and get on my nerves, and I still won't ban you. but there is a point where I will eventually potentially ban you. I think there's only like 2 people that weren't bots. 2 people that weren't bots that I banned in my chat. So, you know, I have pretty high tolerance, but maybe I should have lower tolerance, honestly, because maybe it would make my chat better. But anyways, I was just joking. I appreciate light, but also, yeah, stop spamming. If you're spamming. I don't know if you're spamming. I actually didn't notice. Can I get energy? I think I should probably. I need to do a normal attack, and it just went away. Okay. Wait, I'm punching. 270,000? Alright. Not bad. Again, C2 Chongyun. I love this boss with Dia. Yeah, Dia is quite fun with it. Okay, I guess we're just doing that. Alright. Still don't have energy, that's fine. Alright. Well, perfect. Just figured I'd leave the burst up. Oh, okay. Really? There's more? Oh my god, I thought I was almost done. I forgot how long this boss lasts. Okay, I should have just done more cloud retainering. I thought I could have just gotten away with killing those enemies. Please. How? How long do I have to do this for? There we go. Finally, good lord. I have, I'll hate those weapon on Pyro Traveler right now. Really? Okay, nice. You can't even get a single plunge out. Alright, but... safe to say Plunge Traveler should be able to be pretty usable. If wanted, hey, that's the thing I needed. Not now, but the thing I need in the future. And it gave me a Dream Solvent, and basically no, like, look at the pittance of crystal I get from this. Like, ooh, that's the equivalent of 1 second to highest tier crystal. Oh boy. I mean, not Eons on for moving bosses, because I didn't think about it that much. And because I wanted Bennett so I could actually get a Pyro Swirl. Because Pyro Swirls, with you when having VV on Cloud Retainer, are quite significant. But if I was using a different build on Cloud Retainer, like Song of Days Past, it wouldn't really be a factor. And I would probably just use Eons on. So, anyways. You know what? While we have Pyro Traveler equipped, we need to go into Poems only, whatever. But, you know what? We're now getting distracted by combat. So, we got whoever reminded me in the chat earlier to do things with. Oh wait, should we have an Escovia yet before? Sure, let's have an Escovia yet. I've already spoken before how I like feel that. To be clear, she's not changing the game in the same way. Like most people are not going to. The effect that Escovia has on the game's balance is more subtle, and I've said before how I think she's not even the straw that broke the camel's back as far as like character kit balance in the game goes. I think she's just the camel being buried. The camel being like, you know, character kit balance in the game. And she should have. I'm glad she will exist in some level. Like, I'm not going to dislike playing her teams. Because on a fundamental level, I think a unit like that incentivizes doing full hydro cryo teams is cool on the baseline level. I think the exact implementation of her kit is not exactly preferable, in my opinion, and it's a concern for how they're going to balance character kits moving forward. Because it's one thing if they're going to power creep DPSs as much as like on-field DPS as much as they were, but now they're also power creeping supports substantially in a very short amount of time frame, and they aren't even limiting this character that much. It's not like she's not just strong in her niche, she's very strong outside of her niche. Like, a weird effect that might happen is that Skirk might very well, like, how much of a difference there is in, like, utility you can get from Skirk as a main DPS. Skirk might be a more limited unit for using her than the support that is primarily intended to help make Skirk have much stronger team options. But that's because, like, Escoffier is not just a support. She's a support and team-wide healer, and does a bunch of damage. And she applies enough cryo that you could use her as, like, an alternative to, like, Sit Lolly for enabling melt for your priority DPSs. Like, I think one of people's preferred teams for Arlecchino likely might end up becoming Escoffier, Sit Lolly, Arlecchino. And this is the unit that's like, oh, she's intended to be buffing freeze, right? Is that a problem, per se? Is it a problem, per se, that Escoffier is going to make half of the characters in the game have their best team be Farina Escoffier teams? Not really because of how much she buffs them, but just because of how much she increases the team DPS by how high synergy her healing is, and a little bit of her buff for Hydro and Cryo on the team, which is at minimum Farina and her, right? Like, Fremene's best team, she doesn't really buff Fremene very much, but Fremene's best team is now a Farina Escoffier team. Pretty sure Eula's best team is a Farina Escoffier team. Is this something we wanted? And this is something that's like, going to happen from now on. I don't know. And my point is like, if they're going to start balancing kits like this, I can tell you, you should probably not give a shit about constellations, especially in supports, right? You should probably not give two shits about constellations like this one, unless you really, really are dedicated to the plunge shenanigans, right? And you just really care about making your plunge Diluc get the biggest damage number possible. Because realistically, they're going to be power creeping units at a rate that means it just doesn't make sense to go for supportive constellations in particular, because they're just going to release better supports that do more in their kit, essentially. But ultimately, it's not fundamentally different from, like, Cloud Retainer herself. Like how Cloud Retainer Farina combo made it so, like, Plunge Eula is better than normal Eula. I can still just choose not to play Plunge Eula, right? Duh. I can choose not to play Escoffier Farina. It just like it's concerning in, like, how much it's going to be yet another factor of, like, this increasing power level in character kits is going to further and further increase, like, the threshold required to clear Abyss. It's going to continue them making Abysses with more and more specific requirements on top of the damage threshold. And the more they do that, the less easy it is to choose to just, play Eula without her best teams, aka Farina Escoffier or Plunge teams, right? That's the problem that I see, and that concerns me. But ultimately, again, like as I talked about yesterday, if they are adding a new game mode where we need 3 teams, then that really helps that a lot, because, we're going to need more options for team configuration. So having more versatile units that have the flexibility that Escoffier has, and that might be the intention with how strong she is that they're adding this game mode that necessitates players having more versatile characters. So they're giving us a really versatile unit that is at her strongest in full Hydro Cryo teams, but also is very, 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 very compelling outside of it. Right? Like I don't know. It's crazy that when did Chiori release? I think Chiori released almost exactly a year ago. I don't remember exactly because I didn't get her on original banner, so I don't know. But like in 1 year's time, we went from off-fielders being balanced like Chiori, where like she's only at her full potential, not even with geo units. She's at her full potential with constructs. And this isn't like, oh, she gets a bunch of bonus damage with constructs. It's she does like she just is a super underwhelming without constructs, right? Is more the way to describe it. And like we went from this character being like we went from them being very concerned with how they balance off-field characters to now Escoffier does everything all in between, right? And anyway, I plan to have, I don't know when we're gonna do this. I'm gonna have to now that we're like basically 100% that Escoffier is not getting any changes. I'm gonna go. Jeff already agreed to this, but I'm gonna go contact him and figure out an exact day we want to do this. We might do it before the actual stream reveal. But if I turn it into a video, I'm probably gonna wait until after the stream. You know, they showcase Escoffier's kit and whatever. And because also I want to CE, because that might like change how I want to like. I might insert some additional thoughts in the video. But I want to have a conversation with Jeff where we banter about like ideas on how we could rebalance Escoffier's kit where she could still be impactful for the main intended thing she's being able to be impactful for. But, you know, doesn't have as much concerns for the future, right? And for what it's worth now, like, for me, I'm going to get her on my account, and I'm going to have fun because and this is one of those things, like, this is why I don't want, like, if I was going to change her kit, or not even just change her kit, because I think there's things you could change in the other outside structure of the game to make her a more balanced character functionally. I'm going to mention some of those ideas quick, but but again, I think this is going to be more valuable as a conversation with someone else like Jeff, who is knowledgeable about the game. And the most insane thing about her is her signature. No, her signature, you're overrating her signature weapon. I'm sorry. To be clear, like the fact that her teams will use attack skilling units, and the fact that you know, normally aren't going to put Bennett and Eons on the team because they're not cryo or pyro. Or they're not cryo or hydro, means that like 30% attack has a little bit higher value, but like I think you might be overvaluing her signature weapon a little bit. Anyways, it's not a bad weapon, but also keep in mind like it's an attack buff that's mostly for the on-fielder. It's not really an attack. If that attack buff was for the whole team for its full duration, it would be much better. But it's not. It's basically only an attack buff for the on-fielder. It's less than TTDS buffs, but it also gives a bunch of crit stats for Escoffier, right? It's basically Homa, but gives an attack buff to your on-fielder. So, I don't know. And with how strong she is, it's highly unnecessary in my opinion. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, as far as like rebalancing Escoffier, and things I find valuable, I'm going to definitely enjoy it. One of the things I think that's coolest about her is like I think Chongyun has struggled to be very relevant. I have struggled to find ways to utilize Chongyun's infusion, because usually using the team slot for him just to give an infusion to someone else, unless you're using the infusion on himself, it's hard to like justify, because you're using a team slot to give an infusion to someone else that could be used to do a buffer instead. And so it like never really felt relevant. But with Escoffier having heavy incentivization to have a full cryo hydro team, you can have shenanigans. Like one of the things I look forward to doing, I'm going to revisit on-field Farina, for example. I think because the way that you min-max Shenhe's value is by having her buff applied to more than just one cryo unit. This is why Shenhe is going to be amazing for Escoffier teams, because Shenhe is going to buff Escoffier's damage. She's going to buff her own damage a little bit. If you have a good build on her. And then she's going to buff the other cryo unit. So if you're doing Ayaka, Escoffier, Shenhe's buffing mostly Ayaka and Escoffier. It's doubling, having two compelling cryo damage dealers in the team is doubling the functional value you get from Shenhe, basically. And she provides more red shred of her own on top of things. But the interesting thing you can do if you do like Shenhe and Chongyun is you can go from having 2 compelling units to getting the cryo buff to 3 or 4, technically, if you count Shenhe herself. because Escoffier, Farina, Chongyun, Farina can get a cryo infusion, which can then take advantage of Shenhe's buff. And Farina's going to have a bunch of damage bonus. And like, so, and yes, it's attack scaling, but the thing is, the Shenhe buff doesn't care about the base scaling. It just cares about, it more cares about your total damage bonus and amount of crit you have than anything. So an on-field Farina, where, bro, you don't stream on Twitch now, I don't have internet that can properly simultaneously stream, and if I do only streaming on Twitch, it would basically be career suicide, I think. With like, not, I shouldn't say career suicide, if I put a bunch of time into Twitch specifically. But anyways, I'm not going to stream on Twitch until I can actually properly dual stream on Twitch. Shenhe's buff unlimited? No, it's limited on instances of damage, but it's per character's cryo damage. So you can do fun things, my point is, with like Chongyun, Shenhe, Escoffier, Farina, where Chongyun will get buff value from Shenhe within an invested build. Escoffier will get buff value from Shenhe. And Farina getting a cryo infusion. So on-field Farina will have a bunch of damage bonus and a bunch of crit. And then you do some normal attacks with cryo-infused Chongyun and get some pretty sizable damage. Like you're essentially now tripling the value of Shenhe compared to if you're only doing like Ayaka Shenhe together, like in the traditional Ayaka teams. So anyways, can't use Golden Troop then? Why? Do you think you have to stay on field? You don't have to stay on field. But to be clear, am I going to use Golden Troop? Probably not. I think I will probably use two-piece, most likely. But you can still use Golden Troop. It's not going to be that bad. Because remember, you're going to do like, the rotation will be like Farina, EQ, into Shenhe, into Escoffier probably. Or maybe you do Farina, EQ, into Escoffier, into Shenhe. I don't know. It's probably not going to matter that much. And then you Chongyun, and then you Farina for a little bit. And then you probably swap to Shenhe, do another skill. And then you probably go back to Farina, right? And like you're gonna like the Golden Troop buff doesn't expire for a few seconds. So my point is like it can be it's gonna be inherently quick swappy by nature of Shenhe wanting to do 2 skills per rotation. It's gonna be more quick swappy than you might be traditionally used to. So like Golden Troop is not gonna be that bad is my point. But the fact that Golden Troop, it's still like I'm not gonna use Golden Troop I think on her because of the fact that it doesn't benefit her normal attack damage, right? And the point of it would be to try to get some additional on-field damage. The point of it would be to get some additional on-field cryo damage from Farina and also get some decent damage from her other damage, her normal Hydra damage, right? So I will probably end up putting a cryo goblet on her for the fun of it because I have C2 Farina and she's going to have plenty of HP scaling skill damage regardless of if I use a Hydra goblet or cryo goblet, so I may as well use a cryo goblet to get more cryo damage on her. And then I'll probably do a two-piece of something. Not two-piece attack. It'll probably be, I don't know what I'll have. It'll probably be two-piece Martial Say Hunter. I don't know. Maybe I'll do 4-piece MH. I'll have to decide. I don't know. I'm going to play around with it. But I need to level Chongyun is more for this also, by the way, because his talent damage will be meaningful with a good build in that context, right? To try to take advantage more of Shenhe's buff. So yeah, and that should be fun. I don't know. I think I might do a Noblesse build on Chongyun because it'll give burst damage bonus and it'll give a little bit of a buff to the whole team. It will let me leave my higher attack build on Shenhe. She'll use actually maybe she should use this weapon. That's kind of interesting actually on her. If I don't need the energy from Fav, this actually might be meaningfully better, which is interesting. But we'll figure that out later. The point is, there's like a fun potential with this kind of thing, right? I don't just have to use the broken Escoffier teams. There's fun potential in this, in the same vein of like Shivers enabling these kinds of teams. The biggest gains from Escoffier's release is that Shenhe becomes a relevant character again, because she just wasn't really relevant anymore, unfortunately, because of her overall kit balance and how there wasn't really context where there was 2 cryo DPSs. So there wasn't really context where 3 cryo units in a team. Shenhe plus 2 other cryos made sense. And now there is. And that's cool. So, you know, I'm going to enjoy it for that. For what it's worth. But, yeah. Is Escoffier DPS going to be better than Silali? Yes. Escoffier does way more damage than Silvally, inherently. If you're talking Escoffier on field, I mean, the only thing you can do with Escoffier on field is give her an infusion. Most likely Chongyun. If you're doing Escoffier normal teams, but you can also probably do melt shenanigans. You could probably do, just like people do self melt. Kaya, you should be able to do self melt Escoffier, which I think will be more interesting. C6 Bennett self melt, but anyways, is Shenhe no good with Escoffier? What? Candace gets more value, maybe, but there's not a flat damage buffer for hydro damage like Shenhe. There's no hydro Shenhe, right? I'm so confused. How did you misheard everything then? No, I was saying literally the opposite. We're like, Escoffier, I think one of the most cool things about Escoffier's kit is that she gives an actual compelling reason for Shenhe to exist again. She's amazing with Escoffier. Like, I believe the difference, like, if you don't have Shenhe for Ayaka, for example, for Ayaka Escoffier, if I recall, your second best option is Yelan. So you do Ayaka, Yelan, Escoffier for Rina. And Team DPS goes from 100k, you know, that 100k number that everyone's getting focused on. Team DPS goes from 100k to 80k. Drops by 20%. That's despite the fact that, you know, Yelan does much more damage than Shenhe, right? Like, that's how significant Shenhe is when there's two compelling units to take advantage of her buff. So, yeah, it's cool. Mona buff. Actually, honestly, Mona DPS, like C6 Mona DPS, to be clear, C6 Mona is not really any better than non-C6 Mona. It's just a funny meme thing. But the fact that the team would be pretty forgiving to let you, like, do something silly with C6 Mona. So I'd be very down with trying to do some C6 Mona shenanigans in an Escoffier team. I think Mona might be one of the better non-Farina Hydra options for Escoffier teams. In some contexts, like I think with Ayaka, Mona actually might be an interesting alternative to Farina, just because of the fact that Ayaka's burst doesn't last super long, and can use up the Shenhe buff pretty quickly with Mona. But you know, so yeah, point is there's fun things to do with Escoffier, but I'm still concerned about her balance and what it means for the game moving forward. But honestly, like I said, Moika was probably the straw that broke the camel's back as far as kit balance in the game goes. It was already obvious with Natlan. They had a switch was flicked that they decided to start making units that are meaningfully stronger and more focused on whatever gimmicks while being stronger. And then Moika was the straw that broke everything, and Escoffier is just them burying the camel that already was murdered. So at this point, honestly, I want to stop caring. I want it's hard to care about 5-star character kit balance and like specific damage numbers that they get if they're just gonna completely throw balance out the window, right? Because like check back 6 months from now might be irrelevant, right? Because Escoffier might be garbage because they're just going to release Escoffier 2. That's probably not going to be 6 months from now, but there's going to be another strong off-fielder that's going to be like, oh, have a particular niche that she's really strong in, or he, although we apparently get Zenless gets more 5-star males than Genshin. Anyways, Zenless seems to get just more male characters than Genshin in general. Anyways, sorry. We're going to get future off-field characters that are just, you know, potentially better than Escoffier, right? Balance no longer means anything in 5-star character kits in Genshin. So it for me it's what it's always been, where my focus has been like, what is the shenanigans I can do outside of the main intended context for a character, and that's what it shall remain. And I guess this means that like I am going to forever continue to not care about doing specific calcs for Genshin, because it's so hard to care about like specific damage numbers when they've thrown balance out the window, in my opinion. Old characters rework when? Yeah. I mean, they don't need to. So, oh yeah, to end this Escoffier yap with her getting no changes. The two things that I think are maybe interesting to mention, because like yes, obviously I think the better balance, but again like the new endgame content might be part of their intention. I think the better balance would have been, you know, just restricting her full utility specifically to Hydro and Cryo teams, because I think that's the most valuable thing she does for the game, right? Is how much she can, how much she can uplift Ayaka or Shenhe, like I just talked about. That's great. But that's the full Hydro Cryo context, right? I don't think there's actually a need for her to be as good as she is outside of those contexts, unless again the intention was just to have a really versatile unit for the purposes of like this new endgame content they're making that requires more teams, which would make sense. So yeah, we'll be doing I want to do a plunge Pyro Traveler run quick, and then we can try Nilu Bloom. Wait, can I do Nilu Bloom to the second side? Well, oh, I can do Nilu Bloom. Good, I can do this at the same time. Or sorry, Nilu Bloom. It would have to be Nilu Bloom in the first side. Or actually, I guess I could do plunge in the first side. What do I want to do? What do I want to do Nilu Bloom at? I don't know. I don't know if I want to do Nilu Bloom against the automaton. Anyways, oh yeah, so ideas outside of just, you know, rework Escofia's kit. I think that's the simplest option. Yeah, rework Escofia's kit so that, you know, she has some kind of mechanical condition, like freeze has to be triggered every so often for her to get her full damage output. Or so you could, that way you could still use her for a cryo application, but she wouldn't be doing nearly as much damage if you're not constantly triggering freeze, right? Or she just has straight like multiplier loss if you're not triggering freeze, like something like how Emily's kit works, right? Where like you're not triggering, you don't have to have burning 100% up for Emily to have good damage out, but if you don't have burning happening at like somewhat regular intervals, then she's going to lose her damage output significantly. Like something like that would have been fine to help balance her. Yada, right? There's various changes I think you can do that are sensible reworks where the character can still shine in the spaces she's meant to shine the most in, and also balance her for not being too strong outside of those contexts, in my opinion. I don't think it's that hard. Instead, they just went for something that's completely simple. You press EQ on this character. You don't even have to press Q in some teams. You just press Q on the Farina teams, and you're good, right? She has like no mechanical nuance. She's one of the most simple Ars characters in the game. The only like mechanical nuance will be if you're actually using her in teams for like reaction setups, like if you're using double cryo with melt. It's possible you might care about, or if you're using her, say if you're using her as a sit lolly alternative for like Arlecchino melt, her long duration of cryo application, longer duration than sit lolly, might make it annoying to like swirl pyro or something. But it's already awful to swirl pyro even if you're doing like sit lollies with melt teams. So like there's a reason people use Shilonen normally in those teams. I don't. Anyways, so like I don't know if I quite like the idea of 100% is my point of like those rebalances, but there's various paths you could go down towards by making her more mechanically complex. But it is what it is. She's going to be what she is. The interesting thing I think the most interesting idea I had for how to make her kit more rebalance is like team-wide healing has very significant value because team-wide healing is a buff unto its own because of Farina existing, right? And I think the funniest thing that they could do unironically, this is that they could do, where they don't change, Escofia's kit is exactly the same as it is, but we can change Escofia's kit to be more balanced by adding other content to the game. Because one way you could make Escofia balanced is by uplifting other characters to compete more with her, right? So this is actually the best idea I had. What if they released Prototype Amber with every weapon type? Right? Craftable weapons. And probably different main stats. Like, for example, I think for the defense, like for a sword, I think it could actually be like really good for a sword to be a def sword for Chiori's existence. But like, anyways, even if they don't have the correct main stat, though, the same thing with Prototype Amber, where like the value of the team-wide healing. Girl, I said that earlier in chat. I had the idea like a week ago, Pandemonium. Maybe I got it from chat passively from reading it from someone. But if you said it today, I did have it's been in my like notes for a week, so I'm sorry. Not quite a week. It's been my notes for like 4 or 5 days. Because I was thinking over this problem. Anyways, but yeah, like think about that for a second, right? Because we have these circumstances already with even with like a C0 Freena, right? You can consider doing Prototype Amber and like a Maiden's build. But you could also have circumstances, let's say if you're using Sitlali and Nahida and Freena together in the same team, you could put Nahida and Sitlali both on Prototype Amber. And I know there's the billet problem, I'm aware. The billet problem is exactly why I think there should be Prototype Ambers in other weapon types. A part of the reason, but like, right, so imagine if every character weapon type in the game had access to weapons that could turn them into team-wide healers, right? You could suddenly have the flexibility to start configuring teams where units like Chiori, you could choose to sacrifice some of her damage, right, but give her the Prototype Amber sword, and give her the Prototype Amber sword, and suddenly Chiori can be the team-wide Geo unit we wanted, right? Team-wide healing Geo unit we wanted. So you could do Farina, Chiori, whatever, Ito, right? And not have to like shove a Shaloded on the team and be forced to do plunge Ito kind of thing. And like that's they could quite literally do that, right? They could uplift what if they release an attack percent polearm? They still don't have a freaking craftable attack percent polearm in the game. They've given event weapons that have attack percent. Like this gives 40% attack in the passive, and this gives attack percent. But these are event weapons. They're vaporware if you didn't play during the patch. There's still no attack percent pull in the game. What if they had a like 565 base attack, 27.6 attack, and then Prototype Amber passive as a craftable for a polearm, right? An alternative support weapon for polearms. Or ER. Actually, I guess ER is the best neutral stat, by the way, in this concept. ER would be the best neutral substat for them to do for this weapon series, not defense or attack, but you get the point. They could do different things with the substat for the weapons and the base attack, whatever. My point is that just the strength of the team-wide healing passive alone, if we have the flexibility to like turn Emily, even if she's not going to be as good of a team-wide healer as Escoffier would be, and especially because using Prototype Amber on Emily would be a significant damage downgrade, depending on what exactly the base stats of the weapon are. But you get the point, right? Like, it can help bridge that gap in, like, team-building utility, right? Because I really strongly feel that the healing on Escoffier is a big part of what makes her a bit too strong, because... And it makes it so, like, you're just going to do Farina Escoffier combo for any number of teams in the game as a method of success. And that's nice as far as like a valuable unit to pull for like resource efficiency. But it also like makes you question like, why is Siegewein the balance the way she is? Like Siegewein is now on her release. I think it was underrated, but then post Natlan with Shalonen and like how they're just adding healing in and like now Escoffier especially. Like what was the point of Siegewein? What was the point of Siegewein now and how she was balanced? Like, they were so scared of this healer being too strong. And they're just like, how about we have a healer that's a perfect healer for Farina and does a crap ton of damage and does some buffing for Farina and that character. What? Like keep in mind about the Farina Escoffier, yes. Even if you're doing no other Hydro Cryos with them, Farina Escoffier, you still get 10% Cryo Hydro Res Shred. The first 10% Res Shred is the most important Res Shred. Because enemies have a non-specifically resistant enemies have 10% baseline resistance. So 10% Red Shred is just a 10% damage increase for Farina and Escoffier's damage by pairing the two together. Like, yes, and yeah. The joke I have made is yes, if Siegewein was released in Natlan, she'd be what she is, a team-wide healer that also buffs Farina, but she'd also have a full Ars Nubilet in her kit too. Because why the hell not? That's my vibe too. It's like Yeah, that's my vibe of what a Scofier means. So I don't know, like it invalidates the reason for a number of characters existing. I really, really struggle to think of reasons that Sichuan has to exist post Escoffier. Whereas like there are reasons that that Sichuan has to exist pre Escoffier. So anyways, yeah, I don't know. That's kind of my Escoffier, yeah, and. I maybe should have recorded that. And I maybe shouldn't have recorded that. But anyways, I might yap about her again in the future. But I think this might be the last time I have a full dedicated yap about Escoffier rather than random tangents that happen naturally. Until maybe I make that yap with Jeff or talk about her after she's officially announced. So yeah. They can coexist with Clam? Yeah, I suppose. I should have tried 4-piece Clam on for us. That actually would be an interesting option as far as getting extra damage out of her. If you don't need the scroll buff because you have someone else on scroll, right? For healer Varessa, you could do 4-piece Clam with Prototype Amber and make her heal a crap ton. Like 2 bursts will heal, a lot. And heal over 50% of the team HP easily. And then you get the clam bubbles, so you probably get an additional 100k, I'm guessing, maybe. I don't know. It depends on the timings exactly, I think. And she provides superconduct, so but she provides 1/2 of superconduct, so potentially that increases the clam damage. So I don't know. 4-piece clam on her is funny. Anyways, we were gonna do Nilu. Let's put the teams. So the goal here is. The Kokomi. Nilu, where's Nilu? Nilu. Kokomi, Nilu, Nahida. We want to see, because I've never actually tried this. Theoretically, Lolly's signature weapon giving so much EM to Kokomi should enable me to get 100k bloom damage. But I think I have to min-max Baiju's build, and Nahida's build, and Nilu's build on top of Kokomi's build to reach this. It's very iffy. This is without a C2 Nilu. C2 Nilu and C2 Nahida easily enables this. If you're going to try this yourself without C2 Nahida, and this is what we'll be watching for as well, the 100k blooms is when a 50k bloom crits, but it's going to be at 20% of the time. So the goal would be to see regular 50k-ish blooms, and then when they crit, they're going to be 100k. So if you don't have C2 Nahida, this is the equivalent of going for 50k blooms. I do have C1 Nilu, but that does not affect bloom damage, I believe. No, it just extends her duration on her skill. And then Baiju, I don't have anything special on. So, yeah. I do have Key of Kasha Suit, which is going to help. I do not think 100k blooms is possible without Key of Kasha Suit. That is quite important. So we're going to try that, and then we can try Plunge Cloud Retainer on the other side. Plunge Travel on the other side. Should we try Eon's on instead? Should we just forgo the VV buff? We have 75% plunging bonus. And we have C2 Cloud Retainer. I don't know. Do you guys want to see Eon's on or Bennett? I have VV on Cloud Retainer, so Bennett is better. I'm not going to switch Cloud Retainer's build because I don't feel like it. But, will I ever activate Emily Cons? I mean, I don't know. The thing is, I don't think I want to, because I'd much rather just continue using her in order to show how good she is at C0. Even with them making power creep outfielders, right? I am 2 hours in playing Bloom. I mean, look, the stream will be ending soon, TM, surely. I don't have a key, so my closest Bloom damage is 78k. Yeah, that seems fairly accurate. Eon Sun is better for floor 2. That's true. That is true. I don't know if it'll matter that much. You know what? Yeah, screw it. Actually, not even floor 2. Well, I don't know how good Traveler is at charging up this, but Eon Sun and Traveler should be pretty good. So yeah, screw it. Let's do Eon Sun because Natlan and electromechanic incentivization. So we do something like Man, it's not even going to be easy to get the scroll buff, though. Yeah, Bennett is just... I think Bennett is just better for Plunge Traveler, but it's fine. We'll use Ian's on. Why not? We have a 75% plunge bonus anyways. So we're losing VV is most notable here, and we're also probably not even going to get scroll consistently. Actually, I don't know. We might be able to get scroll by... If we see Pyro, and then maybe we can switch to Eon's on. Wait, if you switch off of Traveler, do you lose their Night Soul? I'm assuming you don't. No, because... Of course not, because it stays. They do off field. So yeah, you can quick swap. You can quick swap with Pyro Traveler. So theoretically, if I put Pyro on the enemy from like skill and burst, I can switch back to Eon's on, get an overload, and still get scroll buff. So we'll see. All right, but we gotta configure all the builds. Oh boy. So Nilu first. So Kyukacha suit, of course. And we should be doing 2-piece HP, 2-piece HP. I did just remember, by the way, I threw away a HP. I did this like a few weeks ago. I threw away an HP timepiece that had like 500 flat HP or something. Because I was like, I don't care about maximizing bloom damage with Nilu anymore. But I do today. Oops. Well, this has HP, so use that. Okay. Okay. That has no HP percent. That has HP. 16% HP. Okay. So 2 tenacity. Oh, we can use an off piece. Alright, we're fine. I think we're fine. So HP, so HP percent with flat HP is the priority. I probably don't have, yeah, I mean, I don't normally keep pieces that are super heavy in flat HP, but apparently we'll take Siege Queen's piece. 807 flat HP, what a world. That puts her, I think, there is, so her buff, by the way, caps out at like 74,000 HP. So with double Hydro, I believe we will be over the buff, which is good. But yeah, 74,444 technically. But there technically is minor value from building extra HP because you get more EM from it. So may as well just put on the highest HP pieces as I possibly can, right, is the idea. So that's what I will leave on her. And then we got to figure out Nahida bot. What do we want to do for Nahida? Okay, actually first of all, do Kokomi. Kokomi is easy. So we just need to give, here. Clap. Give Sitlolly weapon. Then, let me leave that checked. And then give Flowers of Paradise Lost. I don't have a goblet, right? Yeah, no, I don't have an on-site goblet. On-site goblet could be nice, and could help me with what we're doing here today. Because I could get, like, 60 more EM and substats from an off-piece flower or feather. I have 60, I mean like 50. I don't think I have a piece with over 100 EM. So it's not that big a deal. I don't think 2 EM rolls should matter. The main reason we're using this is because of the bloom damage bonus. When it comes to min-maxing bloom, it should be something. 1121 EM. Before any buffs from Kyukacha suit and whatever. Alright, Nahida, we need to have to the point of bursting consistently is the priority. I think with double Dendro and what we have going on right now, this should be fine. I would hope 144 ER is fine. And nothing else really matters on her because her EM buff is based on the highest EM total in the team. And Nilu and Kokomi already has over 1,000, so she will give the full 250. So we don't have any particular stat needs on her. The only consideration would actually be using instructors on her, because I could do. I think actually that may be what we should do, because Baiju. The reason not to use instructors on Baiju is because he gives bloom damage bonus for each point of HP he has. So giving him the R5 prototype Amber, first of all. And min-maxing his amount of HP on Deepwood, like I think he already kind of has. Maybe got to change that. Maybe not, I guess. No, I guess not. That has 30 ER. Okay, if we have to, we can see if we can muck about. Because we, in this scene with Nahida, we hopefully shouldn't need as much ER, right? But this is probably near max what I can max out my Baiju to. The other consideration is, like instructors, I think will do more, to be clear, than building a ton of HP on him. But we can put him on Deepwood. He should keep up Deepwood decently well. Particularly in single target here shouldn't be a problem. And then Nahida can be on instructors. The Trixie thing is getting Nahida to be the one that triggers a reaction for the buff. So I think what we, like, the rotation is going to be something like, if we have to, we'll have to, it's going to be goofy. I don't know. You know what? Let's just try this. Let's try this with first, because having to faff about with instructors is incredibly annoying. So let's just try this with. Do I still have HP pieces? Because we can leave Deepwood maybe on her on Nahida. Do I still have 2-piece HP? 2-piece HP pieces. How far can we take his HP? New's kind of using some pieces. So let's see here. We have that. That's nice. Okay. So this first of all. And then we can do this. Oh, I don't have an HP goblet leveled up. Shoot. It's a healing bonus circlet. Crap. Man. Okay, so we'd have to use this attack piece. Is this even going to be meaningfully more HP then? I don't know. Oh wait, I already had 2-piece tenacity. Ah, crap. Never mind. Oops, I forgot. I didn't select 4 cautious. I'm stupid. I didn't select 4 cautious. Oh, I did select 4 cautious. I just don't have any? Oh, it's right here. Duh. I'm stupid. It's fine. All right, so take D as artifact. And then we need this, I guess. This is the previous Nilu Goblet, which I was using as a crit piece. All right, so we can do 2-piece HP, 2-piece HP with a decent amount of HP substats. And then I think I'll just keep that circlet on for now. 54,000. All right, let's try it like that. Oh my God, the ER though. Oh God, the ER though. There's no reality where that's enough ER, is it? I guess we'll find out. We're trying for 100k blooms. If we need to, we could try instructors instead. I just don't want to have to faff with instructors, so I figured maxing out his HP may be the better bet, but I don't know. What happens if I just switch back to heavy? Well, this piece already has some ER, so that one's not the problem piece. Maybe I just forego 4-piece Vorakashas and just I don't know, maybe I just do 2-piece HP, 2-piece ER then. What was I using before? Ah, crap. I have no idea what Baiju's time piece was before. I think it was using an op piece. Poopies. I think Lynette was using it. Oh, it was this piece. Yeah, okay. So that's 22 ER, okay. We'll use an emblem flower then. Even with double Dendro, his energy needs are not low, in case anyone's not aware of why I'm doing this. Okay, that. So 2-piece emblem, 2-piece tenacity, I guess. And what does that look like? 52,400 and 175 ER. This should be doable. All right. So, and if we need to, we can do instructors, but I'm gonna stick with this for now. All right. Nahida's on Deepwood. So our total EM buffs, by the way, so it's gonna be like we can go check outside of the abyss if we need, I guess. I think the total before we like unbuild these characters. But the total EM buffs I think should be in the neighborhood of like Kokomi should have around 250 plus. Well, if we're not doing instructors, it should be like 250 plus like 400 from Kiev Suit, or is it only 300? I don't know. She's gonna have like 1600, 1700 EM is my point. So I think we start with Nilu, into Nahida, into Baiju, into Kokomi. Why don't you build crit on your Nahida? Because I don't need to. Obviously EM cards would have been best.
Roll, the Temple of Wisdom. The statue was seen.
Seems like an
Not quite. Not there. Oh, we overtook with Hydra. We're not even close. Is this thing Dender resistant? It might be Dender resistant.
Take yourself to who?
remember. Health comes first.
A brash maneuver.
89,000? Yeah. 90,000?
I see everything. The power. Sharing my knowledge.
I expected to be able to get higher than that on initial attempt here. Does it have to be an Abyss? I mean, Abyss gives buffs. And the point of this is not chasing, oh, yes, using whatever abuses in Overworld that you can use, or domains. Like, the point is not to see it once on screen. I'm not playing screenshot impact. I'm playing, I want to see this, like, in regular gameplay impact. And the last time I did calcs on this, I was theoretically able to get it if they release an EM ascending Hydra unit. Like, I needed like 150 more EM on a Hydra unit. But they haven't released an EM ascending Hydra unit. But they did release Lolly's weapon, which gives me like a lot more EM on the Hydra unit.
A bitter pill to swallow.
So anyways, point being, I don't know. This is apparently not very good at dealing with this shield. There we go. We got it. I don't know. We'll see what the next chambers go like. I don't remember. Like, I literally did those calcs years ago. I don't remember if. I don't know. Sorry, I don't remember if those calcs were assuming EM cards in Abyss. What weapon is not hit on? Prototype member, the refunding energy. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is energy for her. Nahida's build literally doesn't matter for the bloom damage. And also her talent damage basically doesn't matter at all without Electro either. Should have pulled Mizuki weapon. I'm pretty sure Mizuki's weapon gives less EM. Or it gives very similar when you're not doing swirls. What is it called? Poop stain? Sorry. I'm looking it up. Sunny morning sleeping. EM increases by 120. Oh, it literally doesn't even. You don't get this. Okay. So Lolly weapon, by the way, is 365 EM. It just straight gives 365 EM because it's 100 EM in the passive. EM increases by 96 for 9 seconds after the wielder's elemental skill hits an opponent, so that would be up. And then this could theoretically... So, yes, Sylveon, it could technically give me like one more EM roll. It could give me one more EM roll. I can tell you the difference we are seeing between getting 90k and 100k in our bloom damage is not one more EM roll. It's definitely not. I also don't think it's 120 EM. So that's why I'm slightly confused right now and why I thought I would see higher numbers, is from what I recall in the past. Because... Wow. Okay, we have power going. Oh. Okay. Well. Really? Wow. Don't think I played that well, but it's fine. Yes, it's on other characters' EM. Okay, that's not what we need either for this. I guess we can choose this. It's technically beneficial. So yeah, I don't like the reason like I don't think instructors would matter, by the way, is there's really significant diminishing returns on the scaling of what EM will give you for the bloom damage, such that like the bloom damage bonus matters more. That's why like building Baiju for extra HP might unironically matter more than extra EM. Yeah, trying to get more from his passive. But anyways, I definitely thought I did calcs in the past and reached like this was so like theoretically I could already have gotten like 100k blooms in the past if Baiju, or sorry, not Baiju, if Nahida was the one triggering the blooms. But it's extremely hard to get Nahida to be the one that triggers blooms in this team. So would Scroll do something? No, Scroll is giving elemental damage bonus for like your talent damage. It does not affect transformative reactions. The only damage bonus that will affect like transformative reactions is if like an artifact set or character kit ability specifically says like damage bonus for this specific element of reaction. Like Crimson says it will give like overload damage bonus kind of thing, or an overload scaling. And Flowers of Paradise Lost on Kokomi gives that scaling. But I don't know. Let's see here. Oh boy, energy. Okay, well, I'm not gonna have Baiju burst up, I guess. Nope, yeah, but I'm not used to playing Neva teams. It's fine. All right.
Seems like an emergency.
44, 45k, yeah. No. 45, 397. I think we are. Yeah, there we go.
A bitter pill to swallow. Taking a turn for the better.
Oh, Hydrolon. God dang it. Yeah, I'm seeing a cap out at like 45, 397, which is just under 91,000. God dang it. Apparently I do not have enough energy on Baiju. Oh, you're already doing this? Alright then.
Mind the side effect.
Hold the line.
Wait. Did I have a stroke? Did I just see it? Okay, this thing has lower resistances here, by the way, so it doesn't count. I thought I might have just seen it there, but I'm not sure.
Seems like an emergency.
Rest and rebuild.
Yeah, see, yeah, I got a 50k there. That would have been 100k, but it has lower resistances, so this doesn't count. I want 100k on normal resistance. Maybe I just didn't factor resistances properly when I originally did those calcs, all the way back then. I don't know. We can try to actually see 100k though against the lower resistance, I guess. It was a 10k from Nahi to E. Ah, I see. Okay. Thank you, J Strike. Yeah, Thomas. I was talking about the double artifacts in the event. Which I actually got a good artifact from. Well, actually, I don't know. Was that from the normal artifact run, or was that from that? I don't remember. Yeah, I don't think we are at a point. So you can see, like, the Baiju bonus, by the way, was giving about an extra 10k bloom damage. I don't think we are at a point where it's feasible to get to 100k here without the enemy resistance being lowered from whatever mechanic.
Seems like an emergency.
Yep. Okay. Cute. Oh, I did not trigger Kyokaj's suit fully there. Whatever. Yeah, I don't think I've seen him over 90.5k as well.
Taking a turn for the better.
Gotta do this. God dang it. Crit. Crit, dang you. 107,000, there we go. We saw it. Which is, I don't know, it's still like not what I wanted, because it's when it's resistance is lowered, which basically means in regular circumstances, it's so sad. I feel like, because what I wanted to achieve was without C2 Nilu getting 100k blooms, right? But, I don't know, it might not be possible. Maybe just all the way back when I did this, when I thought it was possible, maybe I just did my math wrong. Why hunting 100k? Because theoretically I thought Sitlolly's weapon would enable it. But we are very far off from it. So I don't know. I think I must have effed up calcs back in the day when I did that. But I could have sworn when I was trying to do this with like Nahida triggering forever ago, I got to like 98k or something in game. But it was like once, and it was impossibly annoying to do. So the fact that I'm getting less now with Kokomi, despite the fact that Kokomi now has the same amount of EM as I did back when I was doing Nahida, or close to the same amount, makes me confused why I'm getting so much less. This is basically why. But I'm trying to remember if there was like something I did on Baiju that I forgot. Like maybe, like, I don't know, we could check instructors, but like, I don't think instructors is doing that much. Just use crit Komi if you want 100k, true. But yeah, I think it's just enemy resistance at this point. But I don't know. Anyways, whatever. I'm not gonna do the math or anything. It's fine. Oh, okay. Well, hey, at least Traveler still gets some Pyro Infusion uptime, even if you don't have their burst up. I canceled this skill, I think, or it ran out at the perfect awkward time. Oh boy. All right. Wow. Why is Baiju important? He's a rare source of bloom damage bonus. Oh, these are useless. A very rare source of bloom damage bonus.
Seems
And at very high amounts of EM, the bloom damage bonus matters a lot more for scaling damage than... oh boy, this is a pyro enemy. The bloom damage bonus matters a lot more than anything. If you go into like a genshin damage calculator, you'll see that basically. If you go put like, you know, go configure a Nilou team, right, and put Key of Conscience in the team so like Kokomi ends up having like as much EM as she has here, in the neighborhood of, you know, the 1500 area, you'll see that like the value of like 100 EM is just really low. Like EM no longer is very relevant for scaling the bloom damage at this high of EM totals. Oh well. Oh yeah, I forgot Baizhi can do 2 skills per rotation, by the way. I could have been doing that the whole last turn. Oh, whatever. That's probably why I've been having problems on him. I forgot that he can do 2 skills sometimes. I normally had him configured so I didn't have to do 2 skills per rotation. Yeah, 90k seems to be our ceiling here, outside of enemies that have lower resistance. But hey, at least or Kokomi is pretty good at this boss. Wow. Wait, did Nilou vape for 40k? That's funny. Oh yeah, you charge this up quite fast. It's safe to say that I'd need to do some energy funneling properly to get my burst back consistently. But at least Fire Traveler can still function without getting their burst, technically. Just not ideal. Wow, good job, Pyro Traveler. Yeah, if I didn't have C2 Farina, or sorry, C2 Nahida, that would have been... C2 Farina doesn't matter that much here. C2 Cloud Retainer, I'm pretty sure I still could have succeeded without a problem. For sure in this Abyss. To be clear, I know the clear times were like in total bad, but that's because of how slow the Nilou team was. So, yeah. You think Chongyun C1 makes her on-field playstyle more fun? More fun? Yes. It's a little bit weird as far as like trying to figure out her ER needs, because like if you can kill the enemy in short enough rotations, C1 functionally can significantly reduce their energy needs. But if you're taking more rotations to kill the enemy, like too many rotations, C1, because of the fact that it doesn't line up, you don't get, or her skill cooldown is 12 seconds, right? You don't get 2 skills per 20-second rotation. You get 2 skills per 24 seconds. So either you're doing longer rotations in order to have reduced energy cost, which is functionally not reduced energy cost, or you are just, you know, basically just having it as like a, I don't know. So it's weird. I definitely think it makes her more fun though. But anyways, yeah, C2 makes her little tassels glow. So yeah, yeah. I think C1 is its most valuable for Overworld still. But it is really nice for like general combat use still, because getting 2 skill uses, regardless of DPSing her, getting 2 skill uses can just help those random situations that happen all the time where like just barely don't have energy. So you can keep like 1 extra skill use in Abyss in your back pocket for getting energy when you need it. And for DPS Cloud Retainer, her energy needs, assuming you have C6 Farazon, doing Farazon Cloud Retainer, like Eon's on Farina and Eon's on Farina both on Fab, like 2 Fab users and Farazon plus Cloud Retainer, your energy needs are not very significant. So C1 Cloud Retainer for energy needs is not that relevant, and instead it's just like this weird, for a couple rotations you will get 2 skill uses, and for some rotations you will not get 2 skill uses. That's how the dynamic works out in Abyss for DPS Cloud Retainer. But ultimately it's one of those things that depending on your investment level, you will feel the value of having 2 skills more. But yeah. See, I don't know, Pyro Traveler. Anyway, I think I will invest more in Pyro Traveler. You know what? Actually, never mind. This I think I will wait for the video. I'm gonna level 90 them because one of the things I wanted to try with Pyro Traveler, which I could have done before C6 to be clear, is like Burgeon shenanigans. But my Pyro Traveler video will probably be doing, you know, a breadth of things with Pyro Traveler. So, you know, I think Pyro Traveler is a very usable kit. Giving themselves a Pyro infusion is cool. I really wish they had the ranged ability, but it's not the end of the world. How much Night Soul? What is their uptime if you don't use their burst at all? By the way, like if you just burst every other rotation, and deprioritize ER because their ER needs are awful if they're solo Pyro in particular. So they give 42 Night Soul. Their cap is like 80, right? Yeah, and so 80, if I recall, 80 makes you can get 80 per full rotations because I think you get so you get 42 from this. You get 7 Night Soul per second from this, so that is 28, right? So that puts them at 70. But then yeah, that's just energy. Wait, does that have to be Pyro Traveler triggering them, or just no? Just active character triggers a pyro related reaction. Okay. And then I think C2 gives them 14 Night Soul points. So functionally, within 12 seconds of using elemental skill after nearby party members trigger a reaction on an opponent, they'll gain 14 Night Soul points. Each use of Flow Flare Blade will restore at most 28. So theoretically, they could have up to actually like almost 100. Wait, no, sorry, 70, 90. Oh yeah, no, that's almost 100. Almost 100 Night Soul points. But I think if you get the second trigger of this, like get an extra 14 from this, if you're doing skill burst and getting C2 trigger every rotation, it doesn't really matter because I believe the rate that they drain at, functionally, I think their skill ends. It says it ends after 12 seconds regardless, right? Yeah, it lasts 12 seconds at maximum. So even if you have some extra Night Soul from the C2 triggering twice, I don't think matters. But okay, the C2 triggering twice potentially matters for the context of not when you don't burst on them, right? So theoretically, if you do get C2 to trigger twice, how long does their skill last? Is my question. We can figure that out. We just have to. It's just triggering reactions, right? But it only triggers every 12 seconds. So is there a way to particularly do this that would make sense? After a nearby party member triggers a pyro-related reaction, the traveler will regain 14 Night Soul. Okay. But you have to use the skill first. And it only lasts 12 seconds. Okay. Wait. No, that's not last. I'm stupid. Never mind. My brain was interpreting this wrong. Yeah, you can just get 28 straight out. So, okay. I'm being stupid. Okay, so all we should have to do is just, like, put Farina down, use their skill, and I want to see how long that lasts. Like, I want to see how bad it is. Like, yeah, obviously the damage instance from the burst is very high. Big pyro scaling multiplier. But, like, this was not really. I don't even know if we were funneling particles, maybe this was enough. Like, it was close. I know, but this is like a lot of ER to build, right? This is a lot of ER to build for a DPS, on field DPS. So, like, I'm just trying to question whether or not it's actually worth it to do that, or you just invest more in crit stats and do every other burst situation. Let's go over here. My active signature, good for DPS Pyro Traveler. It should be decent, but I think a lot of DPS Pyro Traveler, if you're not doing plunging, is going to come from their charge attacks, not necessarily just their normal attacks. But I don't know, their multipliers aren't insane regardless, I guess. So I don't know. if you do. I'm just trying to see how slow the normal attacks are. Oh, that normal attack 5 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 and 5 are really slow. And they're the highest multipliers, but I think they're slow enough they might not be worthwhile. I'm just trying to think what you do for a normal attack focus, like really bad Arlecchino. If you want to play a really bad Arlecchino variant, N3 cancel might be better, or N3 charge attack. I think N2 charge attack is probably better. I don't know. Anyways, I think Ayato's weapon should be okay as a stat stick option. It's a 5-star stat stick weapon, right? It's giving you guaranteed elemental damage bonus, giving you some crit, and the normal attack bonus will do something, assuming you're doing some normal attacks, right, in the combo. I don't know exactly what the combo is, but it'll do something. Yeah, very budget Arlecchino. All right, let's see what we get. So I just want to watch how long the duration is. So, blap. All right, and blap. All right. I think the timer was at 6 seconds on the scale. So we get 12 seconds of uptime regardless. Okay. Ow. Yeah, we get about 12 seconds of uptime regardless. So, like, it's fine. You don't need to burst every rotation. Okay. Okay. That's cool. That's very good for as far as like DPS pyro traveler goes, especially for like plunge. Because you can do what I was doing before, and we could deprioritize the ER stats a little bit, right? I could put on well, I don't have any other EM timepiece right now, but I could put on probably that piece. Is that better? I don't know if it was better. It's not that much better necessarily, but most notably, I could put on this piece, right? Which, hey, has an extra crit rate roll, lose a tiny bit of attack percent. But bam, look at that, right? Like, that is probably meaningfully more compelling. But I don't know. If you can get to the point of bursting every rotation, is it worth it to try to do that? Potentially, yeah. But, like, even this build with almost 150 ER was, like, kind of sus to burst every rotation. But with Bennett instead and funneling particles, it might be fine. I don't know. It's something I'll mess around with a little bit more. But I think it's a very good thing, the fact that you can have pretty decent uptime on this Pyro Infusion from her C6 without needing to burst. And so therefore the burst is just the damage and less needing the Night Soul, right? So yeah, that's a good thing. That also helps for Pyro Traveler's Burden shenanigans, potentially. Assuming you have C2. So if you don't have C2, you kind of have to burst. But if you do have C2, it should give enough uptime that, you know, we're just doing... Because one of the fun things, by the way, with Mizuki, that I think I did try this, but... Actually, no, I tried it, but the account I tried on didn't have a C2 Pyro Traveler. And it was not ideal. But anyway, with Burgeon, though, right? Just having this skill and then running into the Burgeon course, I think is kind of fun. Kind of like Barber's skill, but it should trigger reactions automatically, or nearly automatically. So yeah, I don't know. The burst is for when you aren't doing pyro-related reactions. Yeah, so either for the damage or when you're not doing pyro-related reactions. And I think it also, I think to be clear, I think we were running out slightly before 12 seconds. So, you know, that might be enough that, like, if we're optimizing getting all 8 plunges out in Cloud Retainer, for example, the burst might be the difference maker in whether or not we're actually able to get an 8th plunge or not, for example. I don't know if that's for sure the case, though, because I haven't done that kind of optimizing with Pyro Traveler's play, but it's definitely not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I think for some reason I thought that C2 gave less Night Soul than it did, or I thought that their drain was higher than it was. But yeah, they last close to the full maximum, close enough to the maximum 12-second uptime that I think it's like not really a problem at all to have to burst if you are triggering pyro-related reactions. If you aren't triggering pyro-related reactions for some reason, because you're doing, I don't know, what context do you not trigger pyro-related reactions? I guess if you're doing mono pyro, but otherwise you should be able to trigger this, right? So, yeah. 4 pyro units and that's it. I mean, if you're doing mono pyro at like Kazuha, you're not triggering a pyro-related reaction after using their skill normally, unless you do like skill before swirling. But you could also swirl mid-rotation too. I don't know, the fact that Pyro Traveler can be quick swap, like, to be clear, having 12-second uptime makes like the quick swap utility a little sus. And I really wish they didn't have the limitation for the quick swap uptime. But the fact that you can swap out, you know, do something with them is, I think, a very significant upside. So it wouldn't surprise me if they become a DPS unit I actually enjoy, but I think they're at their most satisfying if you can burst consistently, because big multiplier go burr. But I don't know, I'll mess around with them more. So yeah, swirling pyro kind of is a pyro related reaction. It should, but it has to happen after you use Traveler's skill. I guess Kazuha's burst though. Yeah, so no, mono pyro should work too with Kazuha's burst, right? Because Kazuha's burst from off field will trigger a pyro related reaction, right? We can go test that quick. It should. Am I blind? There he is.
All right, let's head off.
You know what? Here, actually, let me kill that. PMC. Well, it's Pyro Traveler. Wow. Travelker. You know what? Fine, I'll leave the typo in. So we're just gonna use, and I have Zyphos for, you know, I have Zyphos in Kazuha. This could be a Zyphos moment, giving the extra energy to Traveler. But I don't. What we're checking here is not bursting though. We're checking to make sure a swirl reaction from off field counts, which it should. It should be a pyro swirl from Kazuha's burst that should trigger the Night Soul game. But basically, we'll do like, because normally you would do like this, right, into this, right, and see we have not triggered a pyro-related reaction. Makes sense. But if we do this, into burst, and then, oh, well, sorry, I didn't have the skill back because cooldowns. We will try again. Mono Pyro Shalonen, I guess, wouldn't work. Not without doing Shalonen after Pyro Traveler's skill. I just did that to drain their Night Soul total. Because I think they had a little bit left over from whatever. Also, I need my burst back on Kazuha. I don't have it back. We'll probably get it back, I think. Yeah, we'll probably get it back. Yeah, we're good. Okay.
Adventure time.
One with nature.
Yep, it did. We got the Night Soul. Cool. And it's quick swap, so you could go, yeah, do that, right? I don't know. The fact that it's quick swap and you can like refresh your buffs is very, very cool. That's why I want more DPSs that are like that, right? More DPS, more main field, on-field DPSs. One of the reasons I think Varese is a very enjoyable character to play. The flexibility to swap out is so nice in a DPS kit. Anyways. So yeah, even Mono Pyro, as long as you're bursting consistently, like Mono Pyro with Kazuha, so not with Shalonen, normal rotations should work, and the burst shouldn't be that important other than for the damage value. Although if you're doing Mono Pyro, I would hope that like doing Bennett, Xiangling, you know, Bennett, Xiangling, Kazuha, like Kazuha on Sack Sword or Kazuha on Fav, should be enough energy to make it easier to get this burst back, but it's still a pretty expensive burst, and Pyro Traveler doesn't generate a ton of energy. So I don't know. I think there's fun for that. I don't think Mono Pyro Traveler is what you do, by the way. I think other forms are going to be better, most likely. But I guess we should try, you know, the team core. Why am I having? I'm struggling. I'm struggling. It's fine. There we go.
Leave me alone. Never mind. Let's go.
Okay. Flap. Alright, there we go. 1135 EM, 181 ER. Let's do the combo.
Is it time to go?
Again, level 6 talents matter here, obviously. You are on instructors, right? Yeah, that's fine. So we will do... What do we do? Trying to think. The Shilonen should be on Petra here, because normally you don't want to end the rotation with Shilonen. But is what it is. I don't feel like changing her build. Actually, you know, we're just gonna. I have C2 Shilonen and her signature weapon. I'm just gonna do Shilonen like after Bennett E, I guess. I need energy. We're gonna do Shilonen after Bennett E. And then see how it goes. The interesting to see will be if I can Pyro Traveler E into Burst, because I kind of need to Pyro Traveler E into Burst in order to get the crit rate buff going, I believe. Right? So, we'll see. And then I don't know what exactly you want to do for a normal attack combo to not overtake the cryo properly. So I'm sure Melt Pyro Traveler is a little bit sus, is kind of what it is, but we'll see. Alright. I did not, whatever. Yeah, we immediately overtook Pyro doing that, actually, but... Okay, well, did it wrong. Really? Stand still and don't normal attack at all? Is that really where C6 Pyro Traveler's at? We have to stand still and not normal attack at all? Yes, Burgeon does count as a pyro-related reaction, for sure. Ever considered playing Wuwa? I have. I played it for a few months. And they broke me. I know the grind is much better, but I don't know. It was the most awful gacha grind I've experienced. And the exploration was good. And I think the more I played the combat, the less I enjoyed the combat. Which is not a good sign. So, I stopped playing. I'm sorry. And I don't think I'm going to return. I don't think it's a bad game. But I do not think it meets my standards for a gacha game. Not a new gacha game. Bennett. Alright. Skill and burst. Alright, I mean, you can get 400k and then you just overtake. Okay. Huh. I mean, it's big front-loaded damage, obviously. And big front-loaded damage. Big. One Woo question every stream is kind of funny, I know. I don't know. It definitely seems like the skill pyro application causes a problem for this, which is unfortunate. I'm not just doing this. I don't know. What is easy if you have Carlotta? I mean, the difficulty was not what I was referring to with Lula. I have C1 Zilali, which, yes, does affect the damage numbers, but also it's a level 6 burst. But yeah, I'm not denying, to be clear. I suspect a fully level 13 burst versus the level 9 Pyro Traveler with a Sitlolly. Sitlolly would be on TTDS, ideally, of course, at C0. And TTDS versus this is not that significant inherently, but this has a bit more value when you have C1. And then I have Shalon and C2 and R1. I don't think C2 is doing that much here, but it's not doing nothing. I think I probably did have Instructor's buff out, was probably doing a little bit, but point being, I think you can probably get similar damage numbers without having the constellations I have, but at higher talent levels. So I don't know, I'm just trying to think if there's any meaningful value to C6 here, or if C6 is actively just bad. Right, because the extra pyro application just makes you, like, don't do anything. Like, actually, okay, what we're going to do here, I'm just going to, so this is something that you could have done before C6 Pyro Traveler, right? I'm just going to hold skill, I think, and then burst, and then just stand still, and see if the hold skill, because the hold skill hits every 3 seconds, right? And that's a decent scaling damage, and it applies pyro every time. Because if that can melt every time, then there might be a way to fit in some buff. That was dumb. Whatever. Yeah, that was immediately dumb. Okay, yeah, I knew that was going to do that. My bad. I needed to sit lolly after Bennett. That was dumb. I know that. I bungled. It's fine. Ooh, a nut. Seen a lot of good comments about Woo, but not a single one about echo farming. I mean, supposedly it's a lot better now. It's a gotcha grind either way, but there was other aspects of the gotcha grind in Woo that weren't just echo farming that I didn't like. There was parts about the echo farming that was very good. And doing that to drain her Night Soul. So yeah, do this properly. Bennett E into Sloan E, into Bennett Q, into St. Lolly, into Pyro Traveler, hold Q, see if we get melts on both, and then see if just standing still, if the cryo application keeps up to get melts on Pyro Traveler's hold skill. And then, because if it keeps up for the hold skill, there should theoretically be some way to weave in at least a couple normal attacks. Like, if we can get a couple extra, like, you know, 50, 60k normal attack melts, that means melt Pyro Traveler with C6 is better. But also, I think there's some interesting potential to, like, Sitlali Escoffier maybe combo for melt Pyro Traveler. I don't know, because the extra cryo application might matter. You could test that with Rosaria here, to be clear, by the way. Like, we can test that idea. Escoffier would just be the best option for her personal damage. Alright, hold skill. Bam. I did not get a melt on that. The hold skill screws up the timing. The hold skill screws up the timing. Okay. What does the tap skill do for damage? I know the tap skill hits every second, but it only applies at standard ICD. Blazing Threshold. It's only 47% multiplier. It's so much worse. The long R stupid hold animation screws this. Ah. No. Okay, no. Okay. I think, oh my god. Okay, of course, the stupid long R's, this animation versus the tap animation screws up the timing. So yeah, wait to apply Pyro Traveler burst, but like in the time that it takes to apply, I think that hold really screws up the timing things. Okay. There's also the potential option to like switch to Sitlali. Do a normal attack on Sitlali, right? Oh boy. Shed's short streams early. I mean, look, I've had some very long streams not that long ago. This is still technically a short stream. kind of. Alright.
Bring it. Going in. Show no mercy. Lolling. Eat pop.
Okay. Huh. That was kind of cool. So that works. Like, we were getting 100k on a melt. Like, it worked. I think I only got like 2 melts to be clear on normal attack. So like, I think C6 Pyro Traveler realistically is making very little difference here. But it's good enough damage that like you can do this without C6 and just, you know, in fact it's probably just easier to play without C6. But with C6 Pyro Traveler, I think you can do what I did there, where you switch to Sitlolly, switch to Traveler, do like 1 normal attack, get a melt, and I think you can get your melts on the other hits, which is kind of interesting. But it's a very weird playstyle, and I think most people would probably just prefer doing Vaporize and doing like N2 normal attack gameplay, not whatever that is. It's kind of weird, to say the least. Why do I have Night Soul currently? Whatever, it's gone now. Okay. See if we can repeat that. Wait, I still have the Night Soul and Pyro Traveler. Whatever, it's fine. Just... My brain autopiloted. I realized it even before I pressed Q, and I still pressed Q. I could have actually saved that, I think, if I had... Whatever, just get my energy back.
Show no mercy.
I need to put a waypoint just down here, by the way. Should have done that earlier. How many waypoints do I have? So I can stop having to do the walk. There we go. Should have thought of that earlier before wasting like 10 minutes walking. Do. Nope, wrong get it.
Everybody stand back. Let's light it. Get to work.
Ah, switch. Whack. Didn't crit. Oh. We got an 80k melt there. Nice. Okay, I think I bungled that a little bit. I don't know. There's some weird like quick swappiness you can do here, right? I definitely bungled that. But I don't know. I think it works. I don't know if this is the thing that most people are going to do with Pyro Traveler. Let's go check like double cryo though. Because I want to see if there's something where we could actually just leave Pyro Traveler on field, not do this weirdness. Okay. Wait, I can teleport. Chongyun mention. Would Chongyun be interesting actually? 18 second and 18 second. That is interesting, actually. The problem is Chongyun's not really providing extra meaningful cryo application. We're gonna try Rosaria first, for mostly like testing like the Escoffier, because like same rate of cryo application, different duration, but same rate.
Make sure to keep up.
Yeah, we can keep you on structures, Fav. That's fine. All right, cool. So we can do. Just trying to think. I think we do. When do we do Rosaria Burst? I think I can do it after Siloli. It'll be fine. I'm gonna lose a little bit of Bennett. This might not be optimal because like Bennett uptime management, whatever, right? But I'm gonna do it anyways.
Teamwork is true. Get to work. Suffer the wrath of
Okay, well, we overtook with Pyro before I even did anything with Pyro Traveler. So, I don't know if Double Cry helps that much, but there's mucking about to do with the timing. Kazuo Cryo Infused Burst, maybe, yeah. Oh boy. Let them drain. Rosaria E has no ICD, so it would fit better than Sit Lolly and Pyro MC Quickstop. That's true, yeah. That is an interesting option for sure. Trying to think if I change the rotation a little bit here. What I think I might do Bennett E into Sit Lolly EQ into Bennett Burst into Rosaria.
You two! Time check, everybody stand back! Let's go! Punishment!
Okay. So I think I gotta play. I just kind of spam charge attacks, which I don't think I should have done. The timing did kind of work there though, doing that. I didn't do a hold E, but and the hold E is worth testing for sure. Because it might change the timing of things. But I did get melt on the burst and then melt on the initial charge attack combo. Like the cryo applied and then I like kind of immediately consumed it, right? On the first one. So I think this is interesting. It's the difference in holdy and tappy. It applies pyro at the same rate every 3 seconds, but it has there's a higher multiplier on the hold that does every 3 seconds, and it's targeted rather than just near when you're near the enemy. And being that it's a higher multiplier and applies pyro every 3 seconds versus this is a smaller multiplier. Like the total multiplier damage is relatively similar between the tap and the hold, but the hold is always applying pyro with this 168%. So if you can react on this hold like a vaporize or a melt, the hold is a lot better for damage. But the hold also has longer timing to activate the E, which is annoying. Because timings for like landing melts can affect things significantly. So, you know, we're going to try that right now, though. Have I tried Burgeon? Not yet. But Burgeon, I think, is going to work pretty well. I'll try that in the Pyro Trailer video. What about Vape Melt? I did Vape Melt earlier when I was doing Farina Sit Lolly. Vape Melt does work, and might be preferable, to be honest. Just to let whatever reactions happen, right? Because even if you overtake with Pyro, at least Farina will get a Vaporize then, is the idea. But Vape Melt will also be different depending on whether or not enemies can be frozen. Because when you freeze bosses, they lose the Pyro Cryo, or sorry, they lose the Hydro and Cryo aura on them. They lose the freeze aura because they can't be frozen. Because yeah, I don't know. That's a really nice change they could make to Cryo, by the way. Just make it so like the freeze aura can exist on bosses. It's such a stupid problem that breaks like the relevance of freeze against bosses more than it needs to. Like you can have some benefit from the freeze aura on bosses by like the cryo resonance working better and auras staying longer on enemies, yada yada, if they could have the freeze aura on them. But because of the fact that they can't be frozen, they can't even have the freeze aura. It's such a stupid arbitrary thing. Like you could at least, like they can't be frozen, fine, but at least let them have the freeze aura on them. Anyways, whatever. Do this. Again, yep. Alright, do this. You're gonna go invisible right away, aren't you? Crap. I did tap. Crap. Okay, well. Guess we're redoing this. So we can redo this here. You don't have anything on you currently, that's fine. I don't have my skill back. Okay, well. I didn't do Bennett E. Oh my god, okay. Well, We're just gonna redo this. Okay, just teleport away, redo this. Does it go invisible sometimes? I think it's based on how near you are to it. I think I was standing a little bit too close to it before. So it like engages with you early, which it before the combat even starts. It's kind of weird, I think. I can't remember the exact reason though.
Get to work.
This.
Suffer the wrath of East.
Alright, do this. Do this. Alright, and blam. And then bam. Dang it. Okay, I needed to wait. Okay, so the whole, yeah, again, the hold bungles things. The hold bungles things.
Fulfill our pact.
I'm gonna try to melt on you.
Let's light it up.
There we go. I just wanted to get Sitlolly's thing draining. Okay. Try again, but this time I'm just gonna delay when I use. Well, actually, I don't know. Can we? Maybe instead of delaying, like if I have to wait anyways to activate Traveler's Burst, may as well swap off field. Because I just Rosaria's 6 seconds skill cooldown. Yeah, Rosaria's skill cooldown's not gonna be back, so I think I swap to Sitlolly, do a normal attack, swap to Traveler, do a burst, and then hopefully the cryo application lines up to do something like N2 charge attack is what I'll try. But we'll see. Yeah, maybe I just do. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna try to do N3. So after doing the one swap out, we're gonna do N3, and I don't know. Maybe you can do like N2 charge attack, swap to Rosaria, because by the time I do like Traveler, hold E, swap to Sitlolly, do normal attack, swap back to Traveler, do burst, do like N2 charge attack. If that can keep up the cryo aura, then maybe after that first N2 charge attack, I swap to Rosaria from that point, and then switch back. They're trying too hard to make Traveler clunky to play. Well, it just means we... Ah, crap. This just means we have to try harder to make him feel good. Just QE on Rosaria. I could, yeah. Try that. I guess we can try that first. What? Wow.
Lolling, East Papa. Going in. You can't run.
I didn't QE. Okay, well, I'm sorry. We're trying what I tried. Oh. Okay, so we did overtake Pyro there once, but but that's still not that big a deal. Particularly being within its structure's Rosaria, it's kind of interesting, right? Because we swapped back to Rosaria and got rid of the cryo, or sorry, got rid of the pyro and triggered another reaction. I don't know, it's pretty good, and it's a fun way to utilize some melts with like charge attacks and C6, right? I don't know, it's kind of cool. I like this a lot more than like whatever crap we were trying to do with Shalonit before. More reasons to do double cryo rather than the 5 stars is cool. Yeah, I don't know. Let's try what you mentioned though with the QE first. That is the obvious thing we should try. Burst will hit sooner than if you E. Yeah. I'm just doing this. Doki. Keep on forgetting I can teleport. Rosaria might be better than Escoffier. Yeah, for the for Traveler's damage numbers. But if Escoffier is like on a damage build, I don't know. It depends on the timings of how the cryo works out, because Escoffier has like freaking 20-second uptime, right? But anyways.
Fulfill our pact. Suffer the wrath, everybody. Stand back. Lights out. You can't run.
Right. I did, whatever. Redo.
Show no mercy. Let's light it up. Yeah.
Okay. I need to more Excel on you to Get rid of her Night Soul. Why? I need to get rid of the Night Soul. Ah! I was trying to trigger her passive. God freaking dang it. Okay. There we go. I don't think I triggered instructors there, by the way, when I did that. So I think I have to do... Either I have to do QE on Bennett or do a normal... No, I probably just do normal attack on Bennett with his C6. It'll be fine. Making sure we trigger instructors on Rosaria is a little bit tricksy sometimes, but it's fine. Touch those two symbols next to the door of the pyramid entrance. What? Here or out there? Okay. I'm gonna do that right now, but...
Let's light it, fulfill our path. You two, time to end
Alright,
your
yeah.
dream work. Judgment.
I did it again. I'm sorry. My brain. I forgot we were testing.
Can't run.
Okay. Alright, it's an interesting dynamic here. But anyways, Escoffier should be better here, notably because, like, with the extra pyro application overtaking, like, you would not have to even necessarily do this quick swappy stuff. You just want to, like, get the melt on, like, the initial big hits potentially, and maybe do a little bit of quick swapping to get melts on, like, specifically the hold skill, right? But then you could utilize the Pyro Infusion from Pyro Traveler to apply extra Pyro at the right times, so that Escoffier got melts at certain times. Like there's a weird, interesting balance to Escoffier here instead of Rosaria for damage value. But anyways, Who cares about Escoffier damage? I don't know. Well, this is what they balance the character like. It's what her kit made to do. It's made to do a bunch of damage. And at least it's not a Farina Escoffier team. Okay, the triangles outside the building. Oh, these? Is it just free chests I've never interacted with?
That's close
Okay.
enough.
Going in. Show no mercy. Suffer the judgment.
I'll be back.
Okay. I don't know why there's people trapped in the wall and why we had to murder them, but you know. Yep, okay.
Get to work. You can't run.
Take my leave.
Yeah. 2 Primo Gems. Thank you.
Reward on the road.
Alright, so all you need to drain your thing. Okay. QE on Rosaria Brain. QE. It's not that hard. Just QE. And an instructor piece. Oh, did I get into 4-star instructor piece? Okay.
Let's light it up. Get to work. You two. Time set. Teamwork is dream. Lights out. Judgment. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I don't know if I bungled up something there with the C6 Pyro Traveler.
Fulfill our path.
I don't know. There's tricksiness to playing it, but it's... I can comfortably say this is tricksiness in a good way. And Rosaria is interesting, particularly on a Fab Instructors build here. So this is probably one of the teams I'm going to mess around with more. I think I'm good with... I don't need to test too much more with it right now. Actually, we will test one thing, sorry. Because I do think this is actually quite interesting. Because of reducing Traveler's cooldowns. Because they have 18-second cooldown, right? So... so I can do the Chongyun. Chongyun is... What is Chongyun again? You think I remember. I just made a video about him. Where is he? There he is. Okay.
My demon
Are you on
right?
instructors right now? You are good. Okay. We can give you. Where is it? Am I blind? Where is it? There it is. All right. I'll give you Aquamarine. we probably should burst on him. But anyway, so the C2 cooldown reduction, right? 15% cooldown reduction, so the 1.8, so it's like 2.7 seconds reduction. So around a 16-second rotation, we'll say. 16-second rotation potential with Pyro Traveler is interesting for sure. If the balance can make sense. So I don't know. And with this being quick swappy, I think there's some interesting potential here. We would probably want to burst consistently on Chongyun in this team, I think. So the idea would be a similar rotation as I was doing before, but you know, QE on Chongyun. Rosaria N1 stole the cryo, yeah. I did that on purpose because I didn't trigger a melt, but I think what I need to be better at doing Bennett normal. I need to do a normal attack to get Bennett to apply pyro, for sure. Because I'm having the Sit Lolly burst, I think that's stealing the pyro from Bennett. And I'm not getting instructors in Rosaria. So like I was doing the N1 on purpose, but the N1 was also screwing it up. So yeah, I gotta play with the Rosaria team. Where's my point? If you do Q N1 E Rosaria, E will reapply the cryo. You don't need to adjust Bennett. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. That's true. That's true. If Skirk can maintain her abilities after swapping out, she could be good for dual DPS in this team. I mean, yeah, we don't know about that, but I think it's more likely Escoffier will be better here than Skirk, based on what we currently know, because we know what Escoffier's kit is. Sit Lolly has freak me. That kind of screws up the duration of things that I don't want to have that make me confused in the future. Alright.
Off we go.
So we're gonna try a similar thing as we did before. Lap. Lap.
Show no mercy. Suffer the
Alright. Do this. Do this. Alright. Bam. You went invisible. Yeah, oh yeah, because we procced him before. Whatever. Where are you?
let's light it up.
Actually, you know what? Chongyun should probably be on. The attack buff from the stupid set does not matter. Give me. Chongyun should probably be on FF, but I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Okay, don't proc his thing early. Yeah, there's some kind of timer that starts with the invisibility before, so you don't want to do what I did and stood there in front of it.
Off we go. Let's light it. Fulfill our path. Lolling. These I'm going in.
Swift and merciful.
Oh, I didn't get cryo. I didn't get instructors. Okay, so hi. It's fine. Redo this. Ow, don't do that.
Let's light it
Really? Come on. Okay, just go to the thing outside. It's full AR, not sapwood. Double artifacts, is this real? Yeah, there's an event that's giving you a whopping equivalent of 60 resin for free. How generous.
Show no mercy. Let's light it up.
Alright. Oh, does Sit Lolly have Night Soul before there too? Ugh. Okay, of course.
Off we go. Get to work. Suffer the wrath. Let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork.
A touch of frost. Very clean.
No, I think I have to quick swap here. Yeah, okay. So I think we have to quick swap here. Either to Chongyun or Sit Lolly should be faster. I think. Well, they're gonna be about the same speed. It won't matter. Actually, no. Chongyun. Wait, Chongyun. No, yeah. Bennett C6 might override Chongyun, so we should definitely swap to Sit Lolly to do an extra cryo application after doing the hold skill there.
One with my blade.
we already have energy. Okay. Oh, God dang it, Siloli. Oh my god. This character is so annoying to test an overworld because of her just her passive giving her there we go. Okay. Alright, so this time I think we can do this at least to get the... I don't know if we're going to actually get any value from C6 Power Traveler here, but it's going to be similar to what we were doing with Shallonen, basically. With the only benefit being shorter rotations. So, like, that might actually make this better than Shallonen. Abyss might be easier to test. And honestly, at this point, you're probably right, but I'm nearly done testing at this point. Lap. Alright, this... Honestly, you know what? Did I swapped to Chongyun. Oh my god. Brain! Brain! Okay, let's just leave here. So anyway, sorry, what I was thinking was do Chongyun Burst and then go into Traveler, do their hold skill, right? Instead of... What's Chongyun at? Okay, that's fine. So do Chongyun Burst into hold skill. Sorry. Yeah, Burst into hold skill, into Chongyun E, into Traveler Burst. That's what I'm thinking. I don't want to trigger a melt, because if I trigger a melt, it's going to give Silali freaking Night Soul. So funneling freaking pyro particles. Ugh. Okay, that'll be fine. Oh wait, yeah, Silali didn't have to do that much because Silali gives pyro particles, you dummy. It would have been fine if it did only like 2 less E's. Alright, alright. Do this properly. I just want to see one sequence of this working as I think it could.
Show no mercy. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Spirit blade. A touch of frost.
Okay, yeah, after that point though. After that point though, I don't think you really get melts at this, yeah. The Rosaria variant I think is a lot more interesting. I don't know. Is there something you could do with this for like front-loaded damage potential in faster rotation? Sure. But, I don't know. I think I'd rather do shenanigans with C6 or Rosaria and her quick swapping potential with Rosaria E. I think that's more fun. So, don't you have to be in Chongyun field? Oh yeah, you're right. So you have to do E and then Q. Oh frick, you're right. Yeah, but they would have been the same situation, I think, for cryo application, I believe. Just yeah, you're right. You have to do E and then do burst. Quick swap. You're correct. So, but we were not doing multiple rotations there, so it didn't really matter. But anyways, I don't know. Is there interesting potential for it? Maybe. Maybe you could do something like forgo the Res Shred even, and just do Escoffier Chongyun instead. That could be an option. Maybe, I don't know. But I think I'm gonna more mess around with the Rosaria variant. So the teams I'll probably use for Pyro Traveler and like a Pyro Traveler video would be like this Melt Rosaria variant, some kind of Vaporized variant. I'll probably complain about how fun the boss could have been and test a couple things there, and then I'll do some like Virgin shenanigans for just, you know, simple transformative reaction damage trigger effect. And I also might want to show some stuff with like her being a compelling option for Chevre's teams, because having options for off-field pyro, if you want to do it, you know, because if you didn't pull Mawika for whatever reason, you want to do, you know, on-field electro, having more options for off-field pyro is good, especially off-field pyro that can, you know, use 4-piece scroll. But I don't know. Anyways, Pyro Traveler is pretty good, and C6 makes them more fun. So yeah, not necessarily crazily better though. I think
Sooner we're done, the better.
C6 Pyro Traveler is most notable for Cloud Retainer teams, and vaporized teams, I suspect. So, you know. Anyways, oh, I guess for the sake of comparison, we should check what this does against a boss. Almost done testing. Kaya C6 is gonna be quite nice. Yeah, that's true. I'll try that in a year and a half. But yeah, the Kaya C6 with the extra cryo ability. Kaya C6 is weird in that like it has like 2 seconds. If I recall, it's like 2 seconds and 1.5 seconds. It alternates between like, or I actually think it's technically 1.2 seconds. It's something like 1.2 seconds and 1.8 second alternating hits with Kaya C6. But yeah, that extra timing, even the variable timing, might actually be good for the purpose of doing stuff with double cryo. And I would definitely try that if I had Kaya C6. But yeah, gotta go with Sorio. That's funny. I was about to do Zenless after Poems Only. I'm not gonna do much in Zenless. I think I'm just gonna do like dailies and whatever. Maybe try to find Inky. But have a good day, Sorio. Thanks for joining. So yeah, it's 1.8 seconds, then 1.2, then 1.8. Yeah, that's what I thought. Flap. Flap. Wait, we don't need to do this. Brain. My brain got in the habit of doing that stupid rotation. And it's going invisible too. You wow. Okay, well, whatever, that didn't count. God dang it, man. Can I be freed from my brain? Is anyone looking for a brain? I'd like to sell mine. Favorite character in Zenless and why? Oh, shoot. That's a hard question to answer, I'll be honest. For combat, because like I like playing a bunch of different characters. My brain is really biasing towards Trigger right now, but she's new, and I've really enjoyed how her kit is balanced and works. And I also really like, I think Triggers has probably the best story quest in the game so far. That's a factor as well. But, so, you know what, we'll say Trigger. Okay. Ew. I don't think I had a melt on it, but whatever. Not a big deal. Bam. Yeah, we're just applying enough pyro to... Yeah, that's kind of what I thought would happen. I mean, we had cryo overtake there for a little bit. So I don't know. Something like this is going to be a much simpler option to get competent damage because, like, you know, again, even if you're putting pyro on the enemy, Farina most likely is vaporizing on that. So it's not a bad thing necessarily. So you can get some decent front-loaded damage, I'm sure, by playing this team well. So this will be potentially one I show as well. So I don't know. Pyro Traveler has like a decent set of different compelling ways to make them deal more than competent damage, I would say, and that's cool. I think they're a very nice addition to the game, even if I think they could have been more fun by something as simple as having the boss C6. But yeah. Anyways, are you kidding me? It's the one quest I decided to skip. Sorry, Sand. Yep, I think Trigger's quest was the best one in my experience. All right. Like that, you get the weekly materials without spending resin. Yeah, that's nice, but the time investment is also extremely high. But it is nice. We'll see. Here, you know what? Actually, what do I? Yeah. Here, do this. Okay, that uses contention. Okay. I can craft that there. I can craft 8 more, so that would be... Just trying to like... Okay, so I'm not going to be able to... Wait, am I? Yeah, no, I'm not going to be able to take her to level 11 on both talents. Okay. I wouldn't hate the idea. You know what? I'm just going to do this for now. I think I'll do it eventually anyways. And that does give me kindling, so that's nice, because that means I could do... This is enough materials in this material that I can take Pyro Traveler to 12-12 on skill and burst pretty easily. And then normal attack. We'll have to wait. I think I can do one quest. I'll do one quest. I might actually do the Veresa quest tonight or tomorrow, before that. Wait, no, I have to do it tonight, don't I? Ugh. I've been told it's very long too. Yeah, either way, I don't even have to do the Versa quest. Because once I finish the world quests, I'll be able to take. Wait, no, I need more than that. Ah, crap. Yeah, shoot. I don't know how many quests I'm gonna have to do. I would like to, but my priority I think is gonna be level 12ing this, which is gonna require at least one more of these things. That's my point. And then getting normal attack past level 6 will take time. Normal attack should stay the same level throughout all the travelers. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. But anyways, there'll be a pyro trailer video coming for sure. All right. Let's go on to poems only real quick. Whoops. Wow, 9,000 primo gems. That's so wonderful. There's like 100% chance I'm gonna lose my 50-50 for Escoffier. But it's fine. If I lose to Dia, I'll be happy. Or actually, you know, as far as like, what 50-50 would I be happy to lose to for Escoffier? Other than Dia, I think I'd be happy with Dia or Mona. Mona in the context of I think like doing a team with Mona and Escoffier with Mona C6 is kind of fun. I wouldn't say no to a new character, but I don't want to. I would much rather have Mona C6 or Dia Constellation. If I get a Dia Constellation, then that's C4 Dia, which would be amazing, and then I can get C5 Dia in the selector. That means I only do one more Dia. One more Dia for C6. It'd be so close, I could taste it. So I would love to lose to Dia. Wouldn't mind getting more Tignari copies. I'm at C2 Tignari since the standard banner Tignari. But I don't really care that much. I play him occasionally, but I don't think C6 is going to change my world with him. I just wouldn't mind it. And then I guess it would be I don't think I want any Jean copies. I think I got her C4 relatively recently. C5 is basically useless. Yeah. Chi-Chi is probably a no. Kaching, I already have C6. And then, yeah, Diluc, I guess I wouldn't hate. Yeah, I have C4 Diluc. Getting C6 Diluc would be kind of interesting. I wouldn't hate messing around with that, but yeah. I'd say Mona or Dia would be what I'm fine to lose my 50-50 to. But vastly prefer Dia. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, what was that achievement? Reputation level 4. Oh, 20 primo gems. We'll take it. Sweet. Sweet. Okay, yeah, I think I've done on my main account for the day. Other than my my Shalonen Yap video. I'll take a break after I stream and then probably record that. Although if it doesn't come out, it might be because, like, I'll probably end up recording it, but then, like, there's a possibility while editing I'm just like, I don't feel like I communicated these ideas well, and then just scrap the video. So if there's no Shalonen C2 video, I'm sorry. But the plan is to have a Shalonen C2 Yap video, and it's just going to be, is Shalonen C2 worth it? And the structure I've decided is Shalonen C2 worth it? And then I'm going to try to talk about each component of her C2, because of the fact that C2 only benefits pyro units, only benefits geo units, like, separately, right? So it's very easy to just, like, alright, let's remove the geo goblet from Navia, so you can see what the difference is from 50% geo damage bonus. Sorry, your eyes. Yeah, no turtle. Here, I'll show you a turtle. Bam. What was I saying? Welkin. Maybe the last... What happened there? Why did I just fall out of midair? What was I saying? I completely lost the track. I got distracted by falling out of midair. So, I don't know. Anyways. Okay, yeah, we can do... I completely lost. What in the world was I saying before I got distracted by falling? Oh, it was the... Oh, you know what? It was because of the event. I was standing on, like, the event platform that's over there. Yeah. Don't do that. Can I do 3, 120? What just happened there? Why did it take up? Oh yeah. So the structure of the video is just going to be like yapping about the different components, because most of them are pretty easy to just factor in and like literally demonstrably show. Here's the difference it makes. So I can like, I'm probably just going to like use mostly chamber 2 or maybe a bomb. I don't know. I got to figure out what enemy I want to use, because the Abyss is terrible for testing and comparing things right now. But like, I want to show that like, yeah, this, you know, here's the effect of like, this makes your Nuvi get 2 seconds better clear times kind of thing, right? And I can show that by just because it's giving almost exactly the same as like a main stat. I just have to show context where like that main stat is there. And then yap about the other like niche scenarios. Because my goal is basically just to show that like, yeah, C2 Shalona is not worth it. I will discuss the weapon too. I will probably leave the weapon on her in the video. Well, will I? I don't know. I might put Fab on her in the video. In order to not have the the signature weapon as a factor and just show C2 on its own, to show the C2 effect specifically. But anyways, I think we can do that. I need to do weekly bosses on this account as well, of course, but I'm not too concerned about it. Right now, I can do it later. Later this week, I mean. And hey, I got some excess points for once. I'll be able to like do 10 days of no dailies. I'm free for a few days. So yeah, I'm just gonna separate out the parts, show different teams that show the different contexts. The Electro one's gonna be the most weird one to discuss, but I figure that's a good structure for it. And I'll start the video with saying basically, no is the general answer. C2 is generally speaking not worth it, especially as they've been releasing more niche units. You should probably seriously, if you already have Shalona, you should seriously consider just saving your Primo Gems and getting a Scophia instead. Because you might appreciate having her, even if you don't have a direct, like, oh, you don't have a Cryo unit, you don't have Ayaka, you don't need to have Ayaka. You might just really want her later. Anyways. But yeah, I think, like, it's pretty easy to demonstrate scenarios where, like, yeah, the C2 has value, but also not crazy value. And yeah, the Geo one I'll have to like show mono Geo relevance, but like it's also, I don't know, the mono Geo relevance I think is basically irrelevant because of the fact that her healing still doesn't work even with her C2 in mono Geo. So it's just like, ugh. Is a 3-hour stream short? I mean, not really, but you know, we pretend it is. I don't know if I'm doing this stupid quest today. I wanted to do the quest because I wanted these on my main account, but like, ugh. I don't think I feel like doing this quest today, but maybe I will. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. It says I have a day. I think I have until a little bit into tomorrow to do it. Saying you don't have to play Mono Geo to play Ito. I mean, I don't have to use Ito to show Mono Geo. I can just like show the. Actually, I don't know, what character do I use for showing Mono Geo? Actually, maybe I can't properly show it. Mono Geo might be one I can't properly show, honestly, because I don't really have a relevant character to do Mono Geo with. Other than Shalona herself, but you don't need Shalona C2 to do DPS Shalona, because her Geo samples are active when she's on field. On field Chiori, ugh. I mean, the problem is on field Chiori, like, it's like for her attack scaling normal attacks, and like what, but like then I'm doing, I guess, yeah, plunge. Is that what it is? It's plunge Chiori. Yeah, I guess plunge Chiori might show it okay. Because I could do. Wait, no, plunge Chiori would be two pyro hydro cryos anyways. Because it would. Never mind. Wait, no, would it? No, it wouldn't be. Yeah, so I could do Farina, Chongyun, Chiori, Shalona. I guess that's an option. I'll jot that down. I don't know. Maybe I'll just work it through. Which team should I figure out? So Shalona, C2, demoing. So C2 Geo samples thing would be Chiori plunge, I guess. Chongyun, Farina, Shalona. And so that's just for the mono geo sample circumstance. It's not to demonstrate the geo damage bonus. The geo damage bonus, I can use a Navia team for geo percent, just with and without goblet. Nuvilette, I think, is the easy answer.
But look at me.
Nuvi Farina. We'll just use the Nuvi Farina. So I can just remove. Well, actually, Farina's. Well, no, Farina I can remove the HP goblet, so it'll be fine. You shush. She did. Why did that happen? Actually, did she finish her yap? I wasn't paying attention to her yap. It sounded like she cut off her own yap by drinking. That was odd. Anyways, because that's like an idol interrupting an idol. Anyways, do Noelle instead of Chiori. Oh yeah, I could do Noelle, I guess. What would Noelle mono geo be? Noelle Shalonin Chiori Farina, I guess. There's no freaking construct. Freaking Chiori C1. Ugh.
You haven't quite hit your reps for today.
I guess I can put Goro in the team.
One more set.
Ugh. Do I have to? Do I have to? Goro works without leveling up. Or is Eon's on sparking? Shivers. I don't know. I'll put that as an option. I'll check both of them, and whatever one I think does a better job at showing mono geo, I will use that. The Noelle team is an interesting example in that, like, it's relevant because of the fact that Noelle can be the healer for Farina. So I like the idea of showing the Noelle one, but also, like, particularly as an example, like, hey, you could do Ito here instead of Shalonin. But the problem is that you don't have a healer, because Shalona doesn't heal. So I think I do like the idea of using that as like a kind of allegory to Ito. Does Goro count as a construct? It would be so much better if he did. Imagine if Goro was just a robot. It'd be so much better if Goro wasn't alive. That's a joke. Anyways, I would use C1 Chiori if I had C1 Chiori, but I think I'll just use Goro. There's 3 Geo units in the team and whatever. Well, they're getting a little dark there. I like dark jokes. Anyways, so Nuvilette Farina should be fine because I can remove Farina's HP goblet. Remove an HP time from Nuvilette is equivalent to turning off C2 Shalonin. It's very easy to demonstrate there. And I'll just do like the Kazuha Xylo variant. For Pyro, I can just what do I do for Pyro? So the problem with Pyro, I can't do like a melt team. Like I could do melt Arlecchino, right? But melt Arlecchino with Shalonin would normally use an EM timepiece, not an attack timepiece. I could show the difference with and without an attack timepiece, but I don't know. So I think with Arlecchino, I'll just show like a mono Pyro or something. Oh yeah, for weapon actually I'm going to demonstrate weapon. I don't need to demonstrate this, but weapon, yeah, about universal damage percent. Example of it buffing Emily. But yeah, the Pyro. Pyro buff, I think we can just use Arlecchino. Because I want to use someone that like you play with Bennett normally, or Eonson, because the Pyro buff has significantly reduced value because of the fact that you already tend to play those characters. You already tend to play Pyro characters usually with other attack buffers. So I will mention that it is mention that it's better like if you happen to not like you'll see slightly more value from Shalonin C2 for Pyro units if you're not playing with Eonson Bennett.
I've gone a little over my calorie budget so far.
But it's also not insane for the cost, right?
My dinner
But
plans
I'll use I think Arlecchino Bennett combo, Arlecchino Bennett. So we'll just do mono power Arlecchino. So just do that's a simple option. Just do. We'll just again just keep things simple as heck, right? Just do like Kazuha. Or do I do Kazuha? Or do I do like? Or do we Eon Son? I mean, Eon Son would be like, I don't know. I haven't tried Mono Pyro Arlecchino with Bennett, Eon Son, Chilonin. So you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna try it. That's the one I'm gonna demonstrate it with. I'll put an asterisk here of like maybe show. Actually, wait. I could do an overload team. That's yeah. Wait, no. Overload team doesn't make sense because it's freaking Xylonin, so that doesn't make sense. But yeah, but anyways, the C2 with the pyro bonus is like the 45% attack. I think is actually the worst one there because of the fact that pyro units are usually played with enough other attack buffers, whether they be Chevreuse, Eon Son, Bennett. Like we have enough attack buffing options now. That, like I really don't think the pyro attack percent is relevant. Yeah. So I actually think some people think her Electro one is her worst one. I think the pyro one's the worst one. But I can show a worst case scenario and I could show a best case scenario, right? Of doing 2 attack buffers, show the lowest relative value of attack percent and the highest relative value if I do like Arlecchino, Shilonin, Yunjin, Xylonin, maybe? Something like that. I'm down with trying that. I could. Well, okay. What do I do for the? I don't know. How do I? Is there a scenario where I can showcase it, like where it does actually matter? I don't even know there's a relevant, because like if I'm doing Arlecchino, Shalon, and Yunjin, I would normally be doing like a Hydro or Cryo, like Sitlale with that. But then you would do EM type beats, right? Actually, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. I'll show Arlecchino, Sitlale, Yunjin, because no other attack buffers in the team would exaggerate the value of the C2 Shalonen attack percent buff the most, probably. And Arlecchino on an EM timepiece also then gives further value, right? So I think that I might show that one. I'm not going to guarantee showing that one, but I might show it. I might just end up mentioning it. Okay. And then what's the other ones? Geo, Hydro. Oh, the Cryo one. Oh, the Cryo one's really easy. I can just use like Ganyu. Ganyu Melt. Ganyu like Bennett. Xylo. I'm having a stroke. Who would the last team might be? Why am I struggling with this? I just played this team not long ago. Please help. I need to end the stream. Why am I forgetting the last teammate? Mawika. Mawika, Skillbot lady. Yeah. Derp.
Come on, one more set.
Oh my brain. Oh my brain. Okay. So yeah, that just remove circlet. Right. Remove the crit damage circlet. And then bam. You can show the 60% crit damage. The only annoying thing we'll be trying to find or trying to show. Yeah, whatever. It shouldn't be that hard. I just have to configure the build around it. Okay. Hydro, Pyro, Cryo, Geo. And then it's just Electro. And Electro is complicated, which I have a plan for that, but there you go. There you go. That's the plan. Okay, Mualani, Mawika, Chiori is the best case team. For Shalon and C2? I guess. It's not, you're not technically wrong, I suppose. it is indeed nice, Buzza. Like the fact that this is such a good opportunity to make like a very easy to understand intuitive comparison of the difference a C2 can make, of this character can make for different characters, is nice. Because normally it's not that easy to do that.
Justice will prevail. For first, on transfixed, everlasting as the moon. Overruled.
That one shot, sad. Sad. C6 Arlecchino and Overload with the number 40 something build in the freaking world can't even one shot a weasel. I probably could one shot if I min-maxed the build a little bit actually. I think did I use the double or no? I used the double, yeah. I could one shot if I min-maxed her crit damage a little bit because I don't min-max her crit damage.
Illusion shattered. Stronger. Witness my wrongs. Overruled.
Because 100% crit rate's kind of nice. Raiden, Clarin, Kaching team. Yeah, I guess I could show that as like a silly Electro. Show Kaching, Raiden, Clarin, Xylo. But also, there's also a different team that I think is more interesting to discuss some of the potentials of C6 Shilonen, or C6, of C2 Shilonen with the 6-second cooldown reduction in doing hypothetical really short rotations. So I have a 10-second rotation team, and this might become its own video. It depends, but it's like, in theory, there's some really fun potential with C2 Shilonen cooldown reduction. But in practice, not necessarily, because it's very hard to have abilities that line up with these shorter rotations, essentially, if you're doing something other than just, you know, mono electro spamming burst, right? But the spamming burst is something that I can start as a simple demonstration of, yeah, this is a fun thing that might be interesting enough to you. Maybe you do want it for this, but realistically, it's just a meme thing you can do. It's probably not worth pulling it just for it. Whereas some of the like team building value of having the flexibility of doing, I might set those. Like the show set those, show other short rotation things. I think showing Lisa, I definitely should show Lisa. Like it makes Lisa C2 Shilonen with Lisa combo, like suddenly turning Lisa into someone who can give a 15% def shred buff and some off-field application and damage, and her energy needs are not misery because of the fact that she gets a bunch of energy refund into her. Like suddenly makes Lisa our far more compelling unit. Like you could do TTDS Lisa theoretically quite easily with C2 Shilonen. That should be probably something I should demonstrate, which is very interesting. So yeah, I think the Electro buff is secretly the most interesting part of Shilonen C2, and the most likely to be relevant long term, but also still simultaneously very, very niche at the end of the day. Those were some artifacts. But yeah, Electro has the most uniqueness to it because of the rarity of cooldown reduction, so wins by default. Is 15% def shred that good? The reason that this is poems only. The reason that way too far. Nahida C2 is regarded as overpowered is because like this 30% def increase or 30% def decrease is not exactly a 30% damage increase, but like the 30% decrease makes like C2 Nahida like the best Sino constellation, the best DI constellation, right? Is C2 Nahida. There's that joke, which still exists today. Like the asterisk of course that means you have to play Nahida with those characters, right? And my point with that is that like 15% Depth Shred, yeah, it can be pretty good, being that it's freely available in a free character kit. Yeah, it's undiluted with other buffs. So like, and you know what like Electro off-field is relevant in? Shivers teams. Just kidding, because Shalom C doesn't matter there. But the Depth Shred is relevant for Shivers teams, but you have to have a really at least a like high ER build on Fab to do that. But I think that what I gotta try to think is a circumstance where I could do Lisa, Shalom, and C2 with a 15-second rotation. Wow, I'm struggling to find. There you go. Shalom with a so yeah, C2 reduces her like 15 or 14-second burst cooldown technically. So you can do 15-second cooldowns, right? And that's what I want to try to find. I want to try to get a Lisa build going that can do 15-second cooldowns with someone. And you can get the buff from it. So get the buff, get some damage value from her. The damage value isn't going to be something I'm going to probably build her for. I'm going to build her more for buffing. I think I'll just focus on like TTDS in conjunction with this buff, right? So attack buffer and Depth Shred and off-field application, but the off-field application might not matter. So I don't know. Shalom, who does that work with? I mean, it can work with Electro. I could do... I wonder, I could try... I don't know. I don't know if it's that relevant. I was going to say, like, Raiden, Lisa, because you could also reduce Raiden's burst cooldown, right? You could do 15-second rotations with Raiden, Bennett, Lisa. Wait, you do Raiden, Eon. Wait, you do Raiden, Eon, so on Lisa. Eon Song can get reduced to under 15. That's actually interesting too. I'll mention that. I didn't even think thought about that much. Actually, no, that was part of one of my team ideas. Actually, I forgot. But Shalom and C2 with Eon's on. One downside of Eon's on over Bennett is that Eon's on has an 18-second burst cooldown. Bennett can fit in faster rotations than 18 seconds, but Shalom would enable Eon's on to fit in less than 15-second rotations. So, or just 15-second rotations. C2 helps Sino? Yeah, should. I don't know how often people are actually playing Shalom with Sino though, but Bennett's not like the other girls pretty much, yeah. Just trying to think, what do I want to do? I think I wanted to use Lisa Depth Shred as not with another Electro unit, right? I want to just have Calted and 15% Depth Shred is about an 8% DPS increase by itself. Yeah, there you go. 8% DPS increase by itself without anything else factored in. And a straight just 8% DPS increase is notable, by the way. Like min-maxing your artifacts is like in the neighborhood of like, oh, you get like one more or one artifact with like 40 CV versus a 20 CV. That's oftentimes in like the neighborhood of like a percentage or two better. I mean, it depends on other factors, to be clear. It depends on specific character. That's a very, very vague generalization. But like 8% for free is significant. I mean, it's not for free. You have to burst, but you know, it's much, much easier and more feasible to do and not restrictive on rotations with Shalom and C2. So, yeah. Sarah becomes more usable outside of Raiden teams. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of a deep... Yeah, maybe Lisa TTDS with Shalom. I mean, yes, I know, like, adding Shalom into a Chaska team is, like, a little but I think that's kind of funny as an idea. Maybe it's a show. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. But it's Chaska's kid's fault. She still would get... If you're doing 2 Pyro Hydro Cryo, it's Electro is not that relevant. If you're doing 2 element teams rather than... It's also... Oh, wait, no, you have to... no, never mind. Sorry. It would be maybe funny, but I don't think it's actually compelling. Not without a C1 Jaska, unfortunately. What DPS would I want to do it for? The problem is having Eons on now really muddles the formula for where I feel like using Lisa's Death Shred is relevant. Because, like, I think Eons uncovers a lot of that roll coverage with her buff. I don't know. I'll think about it more. Sorry. Am I done as account already? I think I might be. Could use that, but I don't think I need to use that right now. I'm not too worried about it. Oh wait, I should go. That's actually from last week. Lisa picking up a crystallized proc. St. Lolly's weapon passive? No, unfortunately it does not, yeah. I tested that when St. Lolly's weapon came out, and I really wish it did. It would have made St. Lolly's weapon meaningfully more valuable for weird scenarios. Oops, wait, I didn't need that. Of course. Alright.
If you ever
Okie dokie. Any interest in Schedule 1, the video game? Me and my friends were considering playing it, but I have not played it yet. It seemed like an interesting game. I know a lot of people are playing it right now. Alright, guess we need to go do ZZZ for a little bit, and that might be my stream. Alright, I'll let the music vibe here while I launch Zenless. Okay, so it's gonna launch Hoyle Play, whatever. Oh, it didn't launch Hoyle Play. Nice. Ding. There we go. I'll let Port almost finish. Where do you set the music? It's a piece of furniture you have to get. I forgot what it's called. And you can put all those discs. You get that piece of furniture, you can put all the discs in it. Shiu? Already done Shiu, but if you want to see me do a Shiu clear on one of the floors, I'm not against the idea. Just lost the 50-50 on Bressa. Guess I'm getting a Scofier. Well, yep. It's nice to look at the upsides. Were you wishing for Eons on, I'm guessing? Euphonium Unbound. Yeah, that sounds correct. Had the audio lowered because I was doing D&D. Might be a bit loud. I was doing D&D yesterday. I definitely was... I'm waffling very hard because, like, I am interested in Vivian because I like anomaly units in Zenless. But, like, Hugo's kit is so interesting. Like, it's just a very different way of playing an attack unit. And, like, I kind of really want it. Even if he doesn't end up being that strong. He's so much more mechanically interesting that I want him. And the game, like, I very much wish I had chosen to skip Caesar at this point in time. Caesar's been nice to have, to be clear. But, like, wish I had chosen to skip Caesar or other decisions and gotten lighter instead. But the same thing is like what's going to happen next patch. There's too many units releasing. I had to pick who to skip. And I was like, lighter doesn't seem relevant enough. Well,
Awaiting further instructions.
I liked Soldier 11 back then, and that was the main temptation, was getting lighter for Soldier 11, but I chose not to. Should have, though. Definitely should have. So, anyways, lighter, Hugo, and Vivian I potentially want. That's a bad situation to be in. And I kind of wanted to just be like, okay, if I get an early C1 trigger, because I really like trigger, I can use that as an excuse to, like, completely skip Vivian, and I didn't get in early, so I don't know. What I'm leaning towards now is I'll probably go to pity on Vivian's banner. If I win the 50-50, cool. I don't know what reality happens where I somehow get Trigger and Lighter without, or sorry, get Hugo and Lighter without having to spend money. And by the way, there's supposedly might be a stunner, a fire stunner releasing in version 2.0 as well. So it's possible that fire stunner might actually be better for Soldier 11 than Lighter. We'll see. Depends what their kit is like. So anyway, I'm not gonna go to pity on Trigger for M1. I wouldn't have minded getting it, but I shouldn't have spent as many wishes as I did. It's just like I really enjoyed playing the character. I really liked the story, and I couldn't really decide what I wanted to do for Vivian anyway. So it was just like, screw it. It was a screw it mood. A screw it mood over multiple days. That wasn't a one-off decision. That was a week-long decision. So anyways, probably not getting Trigger dupes anytime soon. Wouldn't mind getting extra copies eventually because I do really like Trigger, but future thing. Right now they're doing too good of a job releasing new relevant characters for me to seriously consider that right now. But yeah, Lighter's a big maybe. Hugo's a very much I want, enough that he's mechanically interesting enough. I'll probably spend money for him if I have to. Lighter is going to be it depends on what the characters in 2.0 are like, because of that fire stunner unit. Supposedly Jifufu is fire stun. And then Vivian is I'll leave it up to the 50-50. I think like I would really like Vivian. It would be nice for having some team options. I think she'd be nice for having more team options for Jane. It'd be nice for having team options for Miyabi. But like, do I really need Miyabi to be stronger? Yeah. Like, I don't know. And like I could say like for team options for Miyabi, it'd be better to get Yanagi kind of thing, right? I could do like Yanagi trigger Miyabi if I had Yanagi, because Miyabi needs either same faction or support, so I can't do trigger Miyabi without doing support. But I don't know. I could also do like trigger on an anomaly build with, so I don't know. Anyways, whatever. It's point being, I'm waffling because like I like anomaly stuff in Zenless. Let's go check for Inky. I like anomaly stuff in Zenless, but I don't necessarily have a direct, obvious need for Vivian anywhere right now, and we'll also see what I'm not gonna wish on Vivian until I know what the banner is like. Banner or the characters I like for 2.0, because maybe as much as I dislike Yishuan, I don't remember her name, I'm sorry. As much as I dislike her design, I don't care about you. Well, no, I don't care about me. Fine, I'll help you. This is just the one where I had to go talk to the cat. I do not know if I will actually. Well, I might still want her just mechanically because she's supposedly a new path called Annihilation, which just sounds like another version of attack. But there's Inky. Hello. She named Inky Soldier 12. Nice. I like it. Hello. I think I can pet it then. Nice. Success. Pet the cat. The purring is kind of quiet. The music's too loud. Sorry. I prefer the music louder, but you can barely hear the purring. Sad. Alright. Getting close. What am I at, actually? Almost halfway. Takes a long time to get Inky. I have not focused on it. I've been trying to make sure I do it at least once a day. Might take a month still, though. That. Alright, daily's done. Oh yeah, Hollow Zero. I guess we can, well. We can do, I'm gonna do a Hollow Zero run, I think. Rather than anything else. Oh, you know what? We can do it. I'm gonna try it. We'll see how it goes. I was able to do a max difficulty Hollow Zero with DPS Chingyi with 9 out of 12 difficulty last week, and now that unlocked to the full max difficulty. I have not tried full max difficulty with DPS Chingyi yet. I'm down to try that. Level 12 is so hard. Oh yeah, I'm aware. Oh, what am I doing? We can do artifacts quick. Panda guy was cute. Yeah, I hope Panda has a relevant kit. I cannot decide what to farm anymore because I don't have anything in particular I need to farm for. It's just like getting minorly better pieces in some different sets, diversifying my options. You know what? More Freedom Blues pieces, maybe. Actually, yeah, we'll just use this. This team will farm quickly. What Panda guy? He was shown in the 2.0 trailer. Not very much, just like the back of his head, but it was a panda. Maybe it's a little bit loud for you guys.
I see it.
You know what? This is, by the way, that is the most valuable thing about M2 Miyabi. how quickly you can just farm by not having to build up stacks on Miyabi is kind of nice. It's dumb, but that is the most valuable thing about M2 Miyabi, I honestly think. I like it, to be clear, for its like more like situational combat utility for like Deadly Assault and like being able to build a stack by doing her normal attack chain, but like it's not that significant of an effect. Yeah, the 2.0 trailer released a couple days ago. If you look up the Zenless channel, you should be able to find it. It's mostly just a character advertisement. But there's some lore stuff there too. M0 S1 Miyabi is more than enough to clear everything. Oh, I know. I am well aware. I used a bunch of M0 Miyabi and I saw the difference. It was not that... I did not have that meaningful of a difference in my experience using Miyabi with M0 versus M2. I can tell you that for dang sure. It was... I had the wishes because that patch gave so many wishes that, like, I had the wishes. And in hindsight, definitely wish I saved it, because if I had saved those wishes, I probably could feasibly get, you know, Miyabi and... the Tyrant Stroke. There we go. If I had saved the wishes for M2, I did that at the time because the game, like, they gave like 180 free wishes or something stupid. And I got lucky with M1 is why I chose to go for M2. I don't remember exactly what happened. What I lost. That needs to be locked. That's actually a perfect anomaly piece. Lock that too. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so like saving those wishes that I used for Miyabi M2 definitely didn't make sense. I do not think it makes sense to get Mindscapes in this game right now. With how many characters they release. It's not a power creep concern really. It's just they release a lot of relevant characters. And the noticeable increase you get from them is not that significant thus far. Maybe Jane's is worth considering because Jane's a not great character, but they're also apparently going to rework character kits. Why did... Come on. I would have actually really liked this in the other set. I mean, this could actually be an interesting Miyabi piece, kind of, but I don't know. We're trying. Wow, that's you. Anyways, Jane M2 helps her feel less bad in the current state of the game. Like Jane is, in my opinion, the character that's aged the worst in Zenless. Mostly because they just haven't released very much physical weak enemies. There's not that many physical weak enemies, and against non-physical weak content, she's not very good because her damage is substantially reduced and anomaly buildup is substantially reduced. So it's a side effect of how anomaly buildup works, right? Is Jane just really doesn't work very well against non-weak enemies. So yes, and also Piper exists. That's true. Like the additional damage you get from Jane's whole kit gimmick of her assaults being able to crit is not that significant. It becomes more significant at M2, so I don't know. Anyways, I would not pull M2 Jane on her rerun just because you feel like you want her to be not garbage because of the fact that they said they're going to look at old character kits and tweak them. I think it's likely Jane will be tweaked to be a bit more usable in her base kit, but I don't know. Maybe if you really like her, it's nice. It might be nice to have, but I don't know. The weakness aspect is a bigger problem, right? The fact that like bosses, by the way, are also inherently harder to trigger anomaly effects on, right? On top of the weakness problem. So Jane, because of Deadly Assault in particular, and the lack of Fizz weak bosses in Deadly Assault, has aged poorly. She's perfectly fine in Shield defense still. Is my overall vibe. But yeah. Oops. Anomaly mastery and proficiency. Mastery is how the little circle that builds up for your anomaly effects. Mastery is how fast that build up happens. Anomaly mastery is literally like exactly the same as when, like, if you look at Jane's weapon, it says like anomaly build up happens faster when in the whatever state. I think I need to do this. And proficiency is increasing the actual damage of the effect. So mastery is you will trigger it faster. Proficiency is more damage. But yeah, they explain that in game if you click on the stats, I believe. I think. I can't do it here. There's much more complexity as far as like how much that actually matters. Sometimes it's better not to build anomaly mastery on anomaly units. Because the game's still loud. It's not for me, but whatever. I think I should actually let me know if the game is not loud. It could just be loud for me because of my volume settings on my headset. I feel like going from 1 to 2. I feel like going from 1 to 2 volume should not have made that difference, but that is better balance for streaming. I don't have any energy on you. Just nicer. Same with Harem, also hard to get a lot of arrow things against bosses because you can't trigger stun or anomaly as easy. Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of interesting. How poorly Jane has skilled, especially compared to like how well Soldier 11 has skilled, right? But yeah, is what it is, and I think the fact that they've said they're going to change things with old character kits, or that they're greatly considering at least, means I think it's probably not worth being too gung-ho about pulling Jane dupes right now, because they might address some kit flaws by tweaking her base kit. Anyways, yeah, Miyabi dupes of very minor value. Very, very minor value. But she's way too strong. She's so strong on the baseline that, like, you just barely see the relevance of it. Really? Why'd you run away? Jane's Wenjin or going all out? I mean, Jane's Wenjin might be a little bit more worth considering. Because it is a noticeable damage increase for her, I believe. But, as always, I would say, yeah, probably prioritize new characters over whatever. Biot. What is the... Do we know the 4 stars on the banner? I'm assuming Kaboom the Can is not on the banner, but That changes the weapon better a little bit if it is. But anyways, blap. Oh, I didn't do it. Okay, whatever. I don't know if I actually need these, by the way. I just figured I might because I was considering leveling Sokaku Lycon. I hope Jafufu is better than Lighter. We'll see. I would hope she's not just better than Lighter for ice DPSs too. If she's better than Lighter, I would hope it's in a more limited context. I suspect they're gonna do a little bit different focus for how she plays at the very least, which means she might be a little bit more relevant with some characters that want different balances of field time. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
My blade is already. I see it.
I assume she's not just going to be buffing fire and ice though. I would be very surprised at that.
Charging up.
She'll be an interesting one though.
There's no time to lose. I'm unstoppable.
If she buffs fire, you can do double stunner with her and Lighter. That's true. That's true. I assume... I don't know. I'm gonna guess that she's gonna do... She might be like more of a generic buffer than Lighter. And she might be like some mix of like more off-field. She might have some like off-field or coordinated attack focus, kind of like Trigger does. And might give more of a generic buff than Lighter gives, if I had to guess. So less valuable for like buffing potential for, you know, Evelyn or Soldier 11 potentially, but more of a generically valuable buffer for other units, including, say, Hugo, you know, a unit released the patch before her that wants to be paired with 2 stunners, right? I could very easily see that. Alright, let's see how this goes, and this is what we can end the stream with. Max difficulty, DPS Chingy. This is going to be interesting. It wasn't that hard for me to do 9 out of 12. But 12 out of 12 is on-field characters gradually lose... Oh, boy. Enemies enhanced in all aspects and bosses enhanced. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Either damage increases when executing EX special or chain attack. Crit increases. That's kind of whatever. Days against enemies not stunned increases and damage dealt against stunned. I think I need that. Yeah, this is just the best one, I think, for me. For DPS chingy things. Because of the HP loss, I think I'm going to choose an avocado boost. I think the healing from it will be more valuable than the damage bonus from Snap here. I think Chingy is the fastest stunner if you have her Wenjin, if I recall. Yeah, collided with energy, I guess might be faster still. Just because of the total time requirement. But depends on how much... I assume Chingy is a better stunner in some other situations. It depends on the situation. Anyways. Is this going to matter? I feel like I should just choose the one that buffs. That's just... Oh, increased crit rate for the whole team. Okay. That's her beam. Skill hits enemies target deficit. I think this is just the best one for if I'm not on fielding her a bunch. That's the Astra weird newbie-let mode. We're gonna choose healing. Okay. I do like going to a shop early. Yeah. Yeah, stun speed is definitely not everything. That's for sure. Hello. Spend 1,000 coins and obtain 2 random Rosario. Spend all and get 3. Well, that would mean going to the shop is not as relevant. Okay. I had a different path I could go, right? Honestly, screw it. I think we can just go a different path. Dodge counter days is damage and days increase. Okay, and trigger. Yeah, that's great. Actually, that's good. Sure. Impact increase. All right, that's actually great. All right. Shop is no longer as relevant because we have no money. So may as well. Do we? The question is, do we take the long path because we can get one thing there, something here, something here, something here, or do we go coins, health here? Like, I don't know how bad that HP situation is going to be. I'm gonna take the higher risk, higher reward.
Ether vision activate.
What do we do?
Firepower.
Ooh, frame rate. Maybe it is not just Genshin. I don't know. Just lagging a different way. Oops. Not really a good start.
Great time. Tape it door. Suppressing fire. But my strong easy work.
What a freaking annoying room. Not bad. Give me health. That health died. Darn it. Okay. Gain decibels with base attacks. Okay. Shielded energy regen. Okay, I think this is just better. I don't know what the damage reduction is, but it seems better. This might be better. I don't know. I'll choose this. Alright. Hold the triggers, Luna. I already have her. What do you think we're doing right now? Enemy days recovery speed is increased. Increases agent crit damage, but it's new. Increased damage taken, days inflicted by defensive assist, and damage dealt by assist follow-up are increased. So it's specifically just defensive assist? Okay. Like defensive assist days is not bad. I'm just gonna choose the crit damage. This is lower risk. Okay. This is the second time I've seen this. It's very rare for me. Oh, okay. Great. Attack is reduced when stunning. All quad. I think this is bad. I think I just got a downgrade. Great. I don't know how much of a downgrade, but screw you. All right. Hello, friend. Do this. That works, I guess. I keep on triggering defensive assist by accident. That works, I guess.
Easy work.
Easy. Alright. Ultimate hits, additional damage dealt, ultimate damage increase when using it. Ultimate crit rate increase, activating chain attack generates decibels. Honestly, this is a lot better. Look at our health. Oh boy, use that. Alright. Boss time. Oh boy.
Sniper's Creed. One shot, one kill. Position. In the name of hope. You walked right into this one. The target's here.
Oh boy. Yeah, the game's being real framey while I'm streaming here. What? Oh, that was dumb. Oops. Actually, it was fine.
Here comes the first.
Also, I forgot I had this beat them. Sorry.
My bullets are one with the wind. Let's test your method.
Oh, that was dumb. Cause whatever, it's fine.
This is your requisite.
Dude.
Music is the rhythm of life.
Well, lighter. Will you try him as a DPS? Probably. Oh boy, that was bad. No. Do I rely on the revive? From experience, this sometimes is the hardest fight in Hollow Zero. Should I use the revive here, or should I retry? Dang it, I was doing pretty okay. I feel like. Oh, well.
Cross the line and you get shot. Quick shot.
I can get more lives.
Ether vision activate.
I almost died again. Can't get more lives if I die again.
Sniper's Creed. One shot, one kill.
Where are you? Oh, you're in there. I died again. Okay, well, we're restarting. Oh, boy. Okay. Let's do this right away.
You walked right into this one. The target's weary. Adjusting for wind. Sniper's Creed. One shot, one kill.
Oh boy, visual mess. You need to die. I really hate you.
The melody of combat.
That's so much bad damage there. Okay.
Quick shot.
No, I need to kill this one. No, target this one. I should have not been using auto targeting. That was terrible. That was really bad. I did so good the first time. I need to target the this dude. Yeah. Frick you! God dang, I was trying to. He hit me before I started my hold basic.
Sniper's Creed. One shot, one kill.
Okay.
Supporting position.
Oh boy.
Is the rhythm of life. Round the knot.
Okay.
Quick shot. Let's test your method.
Where's the other one? Can you hear me?
Justice.
I want the ult to hit the other one while I'm damaging this one. Ah, dang it! He's running away. Nothing yet, whatever.
Please don't resist. Adjusting for wind. Time to pin them down.
I'm trying to get the Astra.
Face the consequences.
I don't know why I was trying to get Astra after now I think about it. I hate this boss. Ugh.
Ether vision activate.
double chain with Chingy. I am much more focused on surviving rather than trying to optimize my godforsaken double chains. I know I can double chain. I know. Thank you. I do not think that's the problem right now.
Together, we'll compose a miracle. Round them up.
This is not a damage optimization challenge right now.
Sniper's Creed. One shot, one kill. Right into this one.
We'll do it now though. This.
Increase firepower.
I thought I was going to trigger a double stun there, but I apparently did not.
Fire support ready. Ether vision activate. You're cornered.
Oh boy. I didn't use skill. Oops. Ah, what am I doing? God dang the brain, man. Over here. Oh, I'm just gonna do this. I would much rather this thing. Oh, it's really, it doesn't take any damage in that. I didn't know that. Ah! I probably did know it at some point. I just forgot. Just freaking stupid bang boo causes too much of a visual mess. I hate it. And I need it for healing. No.
You walk right into this one. My bullets are one with the wind. Time to pin them down. Sing in the name of hope. Round them up. Quick shot.
No, that was bad.
For wind. Time to pin them down.
Do this. Probably should have saved the ult on Chingy there. I might have it already. No! Ah, I'm just gonna use the revive. Ah, freaking skill issue. God, this enemy is so annoying. I'd use that on the trigger. It's fine, I guess.
Increase firepower.
Oh, it's so annoying to dodge this thing. The boss is like very like different timing on different attacks. My god. My god. Alright. Well, my health is gonna be in a place. Yay, I'm so glad I had this. Stupid freaking bang poo gave me a goddamn debuff for that fight. Frick you. Anyway, launching an ultimate fixed chance to restore that. Recover energy while consuming HP. I'd rather not. And max HP. I'll take extra decibels. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine with not S ranking that. Good God. Yep, level 12 is a bit hard. Oh, hello. You're gonna give me something? Thank you. Mindscape Sharpened Senses. Is that M1 or M2? I think M1's better. Alright, hello. And they gradually recover HP. Is this when she's doing her beam, or is this... I don't know. Free M1, let's go, yeah. Oh boy, I think we need the health. Shop could be good, but I don't think I need two freaking shops. So I'll go here, then here, then here. Oh yeah, I forgot that one enemy wasn't a boss. Wait, what is this one? That is environment icicles? What is environment icicles? Okay, okay, I guess we're going to icicles.
Adjusting for wind.
Oh, good. I see what icicle is. I regret it. Hey, you stop it. I'm on the box. Ah, there's two! I thought there was one. I regret this choice. Oh boy. Why did I use that on you?
Understood. Evasive formation. Dodge. Great timing.
Get hit with that or
This bullet will reach its mark.
okay.
Stick to the... that's amazing. Let's check your method.
Oh, hello. Can you get out of the way? I want to kill the other one. Okay.
Take the shot. Ether vision activate.
Changes mode together. We'll compose a miracle.
Please don't resist. The target's weary. Let's test your method. Hit the core.
Cool. Not too bad. Decibels required to do an ultimate or disorder or stunning. Agents randomly draw from 3 to 6 buffs. 3 to 6 times from the following 6 buffs. Regen, increased defense, reduced damage taken, increased impact, increase or increased generate. I think this is just better. I don't mind this. I think it's kind of fun, but I think it's just better. Yeah, I want the HP or life. Okay. I think we're just gonna get this. I think I might need the life. I don't think my HP is too bad right now. We could go to the other thing. Honestly, with how scary combat is right now, I don't know. We'll go here. Baron Bunny. What do you mean Baron Bunny? You mean this? That's the proxy. Oh no, it's gonna screw me again. It didn't screw me. All right, I'll take HP. That's something. Okay. Flawless. Can I flawless something right now? Yeah, you bet I can. Okay.
Adjusting for wind. Sniper's Creed. One shot, one kill.
Watch. Don't blink now. Easy work.
Did I actually ask for active? Wasn't sure.
Great timing.
Justice is served.
Yeah! Quick shot.
Please don't resist.
Ah, crap.
Easy work. Here comes the burst.
Ether vision activate. Copy.
Can you not run away from me, bro?
The target's weary.
Let's test your method.
Suppressing fire.
Yeah. It was okay. Not great. Not great, to be honest. I press the trigger's ultimate. Doesn't show her butt at all. Yeah, I'm glad it doesn't. Okay. Deals damage over time. Ultimate. Perfect assist. Special attack. I kind of think this is just better. Days. Wait. EX special attack deals more damage in days, or would you like days inflicted by EX special attack to be increased? Okay. Oh wait, I got 2 there. Oops, I didn't even realize that. My bad. Guess it's fine. I don't know what the other one I selected was. Maybe this. Because you're very close to dead. Chingy's actually doing pretty well. Okay.
Recalibrating.
Maybe this.
Is the rhythm of life. Please don't resist. Quick shot.
Oh crap. Whatever. Not that big deal.
Take the shot. My bullets are one with the wind.
You know what? I have the reduced decibel cost thing. I'm gonna be more liberal with my burst usage.
Adjusting for wind. Easy work. Hold again.
Ow. Yes. Oh, he took my freaking decibels, butthole.
Sniper's Creed. One shot, one kill. Yep. Round them up.
Okay, do this.
Have you red-handed?
Yeah, I just realized I should have done something different. It's fine.
We'll compose a miracle. You walk right into this one. Following orders.
Rude. My god, chill.
Ether vision activate. This bullet will reach its mark. Round them up. Justice is served. Face the consequence. Great time. In the name of hope. You walked right into this one. Quick shot. Round them up. Don't hesitate.
Oh, I thought Astro may get the kill. Darn. Alright, yeah. I think I was right, by the way. The first one was the hardest one. Okay. Ultimate, deal additional damage. So considering the decibel reduction is probably the best one. Damage dealt, losing HP, agents damage dealt, and anti-interrupt. Actually, that might be nice. Actually, I don't know. I kind of like getting interrupted sometimes because it tells me I'm doing something wrong. Too much anti-interruption resistance. Like, that's a problem I had with Caesar, with Jane, in that, like, I just play badly with Caesar and Jane. I need me signals that tell me I'm being dumb. Alright. Hello. I don't think we're doing that, so I don't know. Just whatever. Doesn't matter much. It's just the Astra buff. Okay. That's an interesting path. What do I have for money? 2,100. Okay. We can still get the health if we need. So we can maybe go shop. It's a little unfortunate though. If we go shop, we're only getting like one other reward. Unless we go shop here, here, here. Oh, let's go shop though. Okay. I mean, our HP is usually below 50%. Maybe. We only have 2,000 though. Days build up increase. That's probably valuable. Losing HP, damage deal increase. That's that again. Okay. EX special generous shield, probably good. Special attack and EX special deal increased damage. When a skill hits an enemy, recover HP. Okay, I like this. And I think I like this. Alright, cool. We don't have a choice for the next one, that's fine. Yanagi, what the hell are you doing here? Oh, it's golden bamboo. Okay. Wait, what? I didn't read the dialogue entirely. Did she just give me the money from the golden bamboo? Is that what she did? Also, what a troll, by the way, giving me the coin thing after the shop. There's no way to get the coins before the shop there. Ugh. All right. And my health is in a pretty good spot. I feel like I don't, and I still have the life. You know what? Screw it. We greeting. There's a shop at the very end. Is there? I thought there wasn't in this mode for some reason. Thunderbolt Titan. I don't think I've had this before. My cat. That's a good cat name. Thunderbolt Titan. Okay. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. Oh, okay. What? What was that? Was that a very rare thing I just triggered? Paired, recover HP, every 100 coins owned. Oh. Increase damage dealt, and you know what? Yeah. Get advantage for my money. Yeah, I've never seen that one before. It just gave me, I think it gave me all of the Astra gear. And, okay, let's do this.
My bullets are one with the wind.
I have a chart already? No, I don't. Okay.
Adjusting for wind.
Oh boy.
Here comes the burst. Easy work.
Yep.
Oh, that's amazing. Let's test your mettle. Justice is served. Suppressing fire. You walked right into this one. Thanks. This one's for you. Yep.
Die, please. Alright. 2. EX special, get a shield. When the shield is effective, you increase damage. Yes. Recover HP when and energy and gain decibels when stunning. Okay, yes. Wait, this might be better. No. Yeah, no, I think that's fine. Alright. Alright. Let's go. Don't you have details on? What details? You mean damage numbers? I mean, I can turn damage numbers on if you guys want for a level. I'm kind of curious what the buffs are giving us here, actually, I guess. I have a vague idea of what damage numbers I get normally with DPS Chingy, but I don't know what else you mean, though. Oh, the card details. Oh. Yeah, that's fair. I do have that turned off. I should probably turn them on. I've turned them on in the past, but I haven't felt like they I haven't felt like the details matter enough to care about the specifics. Well, we don't have a choice, so thank you. Yeah, there's no shop. That's what I thought. Right? Oh, there's a shop. Wait, no, there's not a shop. Yeah, see? Because I'm blind. There's no shop. I think this is just a thing in the high difficulty mode. You just don't get a shop. Yeah. Which is fine. I think it's one of the high difficulty things. All right, hello, Mr. Geppetto. Okay.
Sniper's Creed. One shot, one kill.
Okay. Oh my god, my health.
will compose a miracle. Please don't resist.
Okay, let's just do this.
Caught you red-handed. The target's weary.
I have an ult back already. May as well just use it.
Are one with the wind.
I know it's a little bit of a waste with the whatever, but I can't see anything with the damage numbers. Right, that was a waste too. I already had one. Yeah, whatever. It's so weird to get my ult back this much. Ow.
Easy work. Take the shot.
You bow.
Adjusting for wind. Here comes the burst. That was easy. Suppressing fire.
Oh, I guess we're doing that.
Music is the rhythm of life.
Look better without numbers. I can't see anything. Yeah. I'm gonna turn them off after I get a stun.
Out of the way.
Okay.
Catch the rhythm. Catch the rhythm.
Oops. Oh god dang it! I ran into it again. No. God dang it. Okay, it's fine.
Recalibrating. This bullet will reach its mark. You walked right into this one.
Oh, we stunned. Okay, I guess that. Oh, crap. Do. Sure, whatever. Just do this.
Great time.
See what we get on this, and I'll turn up numbers. Okay. Okay. Well, just hollow zero things. That was 500,000 damage per ult tick. Okay.
Take the shot. Increase firepower.
Oh, I guess we're doing that.
Together, we'll compose a miracle. You walked right into this one. Sniper's Creed. One shot, one kill. Round them up. Support ready. Adjusting for wind. Target locked.
I'll do that early because it needs my ult.
Suppressing fire. This bullet will reach its mark. Easy work. Great time. Caught you red-handed.
I don't think I actually hit with that. Good job. Alright, sure. Why not?
Music is the rhythm of life. You walked right into this one. Quick shot. Sniper's Creed. One shot, one kill.
Cool.
The target's weary.
Asterisk it. God dang it. Sure. Alright. Good job, Esther. Yeah, the first room, that's like kind of fairly normal structure for this. The first one was the hardest. Trigger carrying, obviously. Yeah, that was very fun. I am probably going to play it on level 12 from now on. It's definitely like a challenge to clear at level 12. That's for sure. But a very fun challenge. Not like unreasonably hard or anything, obviously. with a good team and decent play, of course. Wow. Nope, still things I haven't gotten. Wow, look at all them things. And these. Okay. Oh, we're at max level there now. How exciting. How exciting. Special objectives. Claim that. Wow. Alright, cool. Look at them resources. And an achievement. Ooh, with the titles. Titles all around. Wait, enter the mysterious voice encounter and obtain the provided additional gear. Okay, interesting. Visit Unlocky's lucky slots and score big 3 times. I scored big? Was that big? I feel like I got a bad thing at one time. It certainly made the one thing harder. What was the title? No more bad luck. Okay, or title's not unlucky. Oh yeah. Puppet theater audience. Okay. Not unlucky. I mean, I do like the you're within reach thing, but not unlucky is a pretty good title too. Especially because I don't think my luck in Zenless is very good as far as gacha goes. Oh, I reached a thing here. Oh, I see. Oh, one away. Sad. All right. Crap. I got like 500. All right. Nice. Random sources of extra things. All right. So many boopons. Yeah, just wait for relevant universal. My opinion, like, I think Snap is actually worth getting S5 of. Because Snap is a universal, just 10% damage bonus at S5 or R5, whatever you want to call it. This one was not worth doing. But if they release future Snap ones, I say just stockpile them, right? Like get copies of like the relevant baseline ones or whatever for your teams. But honestly, I think there's not very many super relevant ones. I might get Officer QE eventually, but yeah. Anyways, standard wish. Wow. I regret getting Butler. Yeah. He was rated as like, oh, one of the better ones really early on, but I didn't understand the game at that point, and so I got him and I've had not much use out of him. Although he is one that has some benefit without having the team restriction, right? But anyways. I'm back to, after using a bunch of mine for Snap, I am back to just stockpiling mine now. So, anyways. Can go, actually, wait. I don't want to use these on. We should use them on, if I knew if I was getting Vivian or not, I would decide maybe going for these, because there's a couple pieces here I could get improved. You know, I'm going to use it here, actually, funny enough, because I want more 2-piece combo options in Chaos Chess. Just a stupid reason to go for this, honestly, but it's what I want, and hey, look, it's Anomaly Mastery. And impact on that set, I think I already have one, but I'll lock it just in case. AP attack percent, that's perfect. I don't know if I need it in that specific thing, though, but anyways. Actually don't know if I could improve any of my units on this set, but I'll just say trash it. Attack anomaly, alright. Death percent main stat double crit on Chaos Jazz, huh? I'm gonna say no, but maybe I'll regret that in the future. Attack with no other relevance. Flat attack, no other relevant. Okay. Alright. Sweet. Hopefully I need slot 2 pieces there. Alright. Beautiful. Okay. Let's see. Let's see.
Wanna be my research subject?
Okay, yeah. What do I have for this? Three attack rolls, 1 AP roll. That's pretty good, but I wouldn't mind having more options. Alright, cool. Yep, that's nice to have. I like options.
Which alias should I use?
Short stream is 5 hours long. Oops. Oopsies. It's almost ending. We got some Gambit to finish. Snap still gives buff, not healing without Astra. Yeah, you don't get the healing, which is not that big a deal. There's not a ton of sources of damage bonus either, so I think Snap is actually quite good, particularly like because you don't have to do anything for it; it just gives it to you. It's not 100% uptime or anything though. And for this one, I will continue trying to get better woodpecker pieces, which I don't necessarily need to do, but I don't know, just chasing perfection on some builds at this point. Oh wait, that's crit damage. Worth checking. Nope. No.
The joy that this delicious.
Yep, we'll keep it. Alright, cool. Don't know if I need that, but just in case. I don't know. You never know. Alright, well that wasn't that exciting. I don't have any particular unit I love, like, yes, I can really improve this piece kind of thing right now. So I'm just like diversifying options, and either 2-piece or 4-piece of woodpecker is something I use on multiple units. Right now I think I'm going to stick with woodpecker on Soldier 11, for example. And Jane, or Miyabi, if I'm not using Miyabi with Nicole, I prefer 2-piece on her as well. So, you know, but Nicole gives attack %, so I don't, or gives crit rate, so I don't feel the need to do that. If I'm actually gonna use Haramos, I'm gonna probably get a 2-piece crit on him. He just has the wrong build right now, so you know that's why. That is why going for woodpecker.
Should I use this time?
Although honestly, okay, if I get Hugo, what am I doing? If I get Hugo, like, I think you probably Hormone Punk, particularly with the build I plan to use. So I could get more Hormone Punk options, would be nice. Harumasa clear. I'm gonna pass right now. I don't know. I've been streaming long enough. I don't know if I have been to Harumasa, and I still don't know how to play him properly. So it's not gonna be anything special. It's just gonna be bad. All right, screw you again. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. I apologize. It has attack %. I'll log it. 4-line principle. Nope. Okay. I don't think I'm ever gonna need this, but check level 3. Oh, this is 2-piece attack %. It actually. No. All right. Was checking. Okay. This is interesting. Okay. Alright, I mean, rolled okay. 4 good rolls. Beautiful. I could have just done it all at once, by the way. I'm gonna say no for that one, I'm guessing. Real quick though, check my Hormone Punk pieces.
Eradicate all evil.
What do I have for slot 4? I have this crit damage piece, and now I have this crit damage piece. Okay, these are basically... Okay, I think the new one I just got is essentially just worse. I'll keep it, just in case. It looks like I actually need crit rate pieces more than anything for slot 4 in that set. I don't know what Hugo would actually be using in my case. Probably crit damage, because... Yeah, and I have to assume he'd probably use this piece. I don't know, is there any reason for me to keep this piece? I'm pretty sure 3 pen rolls is more than an attack % roll. 3 pen rolls and extra crit rate roll. Like, this is just a better piece. I don't actually think there's any reason for me to keep this now that I think about it. Pulling for Hugo, skipping lighter again. I might be spending money next patch, quite frankly. I haven't had to spend money in a while, but other than the daily login things. But yeah, the lighter is it depends on what the 2.0 characters will look like, though. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna keep it for now. I don't think I need to be too concerned about it. I did not realize I did not even have... Oh, I do have a crit rate piece. I have that piece. Why do I have so many double crit attack pieces? Alright. I mean, that could be good on Hugo. I don't know. Depending on what his if a crit damage piece is relevant on a character, you can almost assuredly consider attack percent main stat, but I don't know exactly. So I don't think I'm gonna get a Hugo signature weapon. I don't know. I'm not gonna say I'm not going to, because if I end up having to spend money to get Hugo, I might end up in an effort mood of just, particularly because I'm gonna use non-optimal Hugo teams most likely. Because the main reason I'm interested in Hugo is Hugo instead of Astra for DPS Chingy. So I do DPS Chingy and then Hugo's mechanic, because I'm doing 2 centers plus Hugo, right? And Hugo's signature weapon might make a meaningful difference there for Hugo's damage. And they changed Hugo's signature weapon from giving a bunch of attack, it was combat attack too, to giving a bunch of crit damage. So it's like crit rate substat, crit damage, and then like 25% def ignore. I think that crit damage actually might push you towards using attack percent slot 4, funnily enough. So, I don't know. I should definitely level these pieces, my point. You know, let's screw it, why not? Just do it all in one. Not what I would have wanted, I think. That better. Alright. I'll take that. Where's the other one? Yeah, this one can go away. Not that the AP is useless necessarily, but I don't need it. Alright. That is a very nice piece, though. So, yeah, there's a possibility if I get a Hugo weapon, maybe I'll want to do that. And I think I'm going to throw away this piece. I thought about it after 2 more seconds. I really don't think, like, it has the same baseline of, like, 1, 2, 3 crit rolls, 1 attack percent roll versus 1 more attack percent roll. But 3 pen rolls, I think, pretty much beats it out. And I don't think the AP is relevant, generally speaking. Okay. What do I have for slot 5? Fire bonus. Okay. Fire bonus. Ice bonus. Pen ratio. Okay. Alright. Interesting. So, okay. The thing is, in the teams that I'm going to play Hugo in, I'm pretty sure pen ratio is going to be ass. Because pen ratio has significantly reduced value if you... Alright, cool. Should have leveled that one first. I think I'm going to throw that away. Pen ratio has significantly reduced value if you or have a bunch of def ignore. So, okay, maybe I don't throw that away. It's cope, but like I don't have any other attack slot 6 other than this apparently on her. Man, why'd that have to roll so poopy? I hate when you have to keep co-pieces. I'm gonna keep it for now, but it's obviously not gonna be a long-term keep. It ultimately will depend on your other slot options, but it's good to keep it if you need it. It says 2 crit rolls, 2 crit rolls. Okay, so I could definitely get better slot 1 pieces. Again, I don't know what I'd be doing for 2 piece. Okay, 3 crit rolls, 3 crit rolls. Neither with attack percent. Okay. Okay, just have that double crit piece sitting there. Inventory management. Oh, that has attack percent. Interesting. Less crit rolls than the other ones, but 2 more attack percent rolls. I think it's better than these, most likely. If it had 1 more crit roll, I could have considered probably throwing away one of these pieces. Like at least, like if this one rolled 1 more time into crit damage, I would have just probably thrown away this piece. Because it's weird on the line, and maybe the crit will matter. I don't know. I think this is the best piece I have in slot 2 now, which is good. And that's pretty good as well, slot 2. Okay, yeah, I already have pretty good pieces here, clearly. For this set. And Hugo would probably be doing 2-piece woodpecker, 2-piece, whatever. So I'd have to figure out looking at things, but I don't know. I got like a month. Not too worried about things. And bam, look at all that XP I just got back. Alright. Screw it, we'll do 1 more dump.
This one's flavor
No.
goes on
Alright.
on.
I think that piece I just leveled was slot 2, so not really relevant. most likely, but you know, we'll level it as double crit. You never know. Could roll better. Could roll better. I should probably level these pieces, to be clear, because like I don't know exactly what my crit ratio is going to end up being, but I'm pretty sure I had a good enough slot 3. I'm not going to bother unless it's a 4-line piece. Hey, well, there we go. Now I have a crit rate piece. That was part of the reason I was considering doing that, and that's actually potentially good. That also is potentially good. Pen, okay. I think I don't need that then. Actually, I don't know. The attack percent is still... we'll see. That's flat attack. Okay. I'm actually going to lock that. I don't need it for Hugo, but it's actually an interesting option for some context. Okay. Yeah, this was a 4-line, so that's why I kept that. No. Okay. Like it's so nice in Zenless how like if it's not obvious, like you just can't do this in Genshin. You can't just like freely level a whole bunch of pieces like this. Okay. It's so easy to just like level a bunch and then be like, all right, no. It's so much better. it's so much better. All right. Do this. Attack percent? No, pen is fine. Well, I actually don't even know if this is better than the other piece that had attack percent. I'm not gonna throw it away, but that's not what I wanted. All right, that's fine, I guess. It's like, oh, yep, and there you go. And hey, look, we're back to still having most of our XP left. Like it's so much better. I need loadouts in Zenless. Yeah, this game definitely does need loadouts already. But yeah, anyways, I will leave it at that. I think I have more than compelling enough Hugo build options. I have to look at what I know he gets some free crit rate. I have to look at what his actual overall stat balance would look like to figure out what exact kind of pieces I actually need. Zenless, when you get to a point of having pieces like I have right now, it's where I probably should save pieces because you can target specific slots, right? Rather than doing 3 for a random slot, you can do 6 cost for a specific slot, and that can usually help refine your builds quite significantly. So I maybe shouldn't have dumped all those in there, but you know, I did anyways. Hello. Have some noodles to end the stream. I've already done this one before, but I hope they let us pick substats next. I mean, I honestly don't even think they have to. Like, the leveling balance is just, it's all perfectly fine. I'm not saying they shouldn't improve it. I'm just saying I don't think they even have to. But if they added an extra resource, I will say, like, these things, I've been using these pretty liberally, the orientation things. After... Like, initially, I think you just use them to, like, complete your builds. Like, you need an attack percent slot 6 or, you know, whatever. Or, most notably, I think the most relevant thing to choose is, like, a crit rate piece, right? You know what? I'll even do it right now. Screw it. I don't think I need this. But, like, as my point is, these are not that valuable. So, I mean, it's a 4-line. I'll keep it. Same as the other one I already had. Don't undervalue attack percent rolls in this game. That could be good.
This is the path I follow.
But yeah, they give enough of those that like I can fairly liberally get rid of those, and not feel too concerned about it at this point in the game. I don't know why I clicked on the trigger, but yeah, this where's that crit rate piece? So like this piece versus. Yeah, now I have now 2 pieces that have attack percent. One has pen, which makes it a little bit better. But like if this rolls entirely into defense, it's amazing. No. If this rolls entirely into attack percent or just a bunch into attack percent, it's quite good. And okay. It's quite good. And it could be better than the this piece. And like this piece has pen rolls and has AP, which makes it not useless. But, you know, that's fine. I think it's likely, very likely that I will not end up using a crit rate piece on Hugo, so I'm not really worried about it right now, since that's the main reason I am concerned about these pieces. Because even if I don't end up getting Hugo's signature, I imagine it was likely that I will use this. So, yeah. And therefore, I don't think I will need to do crit rate slot 4. But it depends. I don't know. I know he gets a little bit free crit rate, but we'll see. Didn't I get a ice piece? That was interesting. Where was it? I need to go through my inventory and pick some of this. Oh yeah, it was that. Okay. I don't actually think I have use for this immediately, but I don't think I need that. Well, should I keep it for like Lycon or something? No, I don't think so. I don't think it's relevant. I don't. Is it? Is this relevant for like a Lycon, Miyabi, or Sokaku even? All my pieces roll like that? Yeah, I mean, that was very average. Why is their butt moving as if lungs are in there? I don't think it does when you don't move the camera, but Zenless be jiggly. Everything's moving all the time. But yeah, I think it's just because the character. Yeah, it's because she's like moving side to side. But yeah, it is a bit too jiggly, I would say. I agree. Anyways, what was it saying? Oh yeah. Sokaku or Lycon. No, I think I would go with a 2-piece energy. I don't think I care about slightly more damage for the 2-piece. I don't think I would use this set on Lycon, by the way, but I don't think I need the ice set on AM right now. I might regret getting rid of that, but I don't know. It's in the middle ground of not. Where'd it go? Am I blind? Where is it? Oh, there it is. This is in the middle ground of like a good enough piece that I should maybe keep it, but not good enough for me to actually consider using as like a 2-piece. Part of the reason I leveled is like could have been an interesting 2-piece on Miyabi actually, but I don't think it matters that much. So yeah. Anyways, Seth's ears go boing boing when he walks. Yeah, there you go. All right. Well, this is a long stream. Yep. Definitely not a short stream. Oops. Oh well. But hey, it was sufficiently focused on artifacts. And even when Genshin doubles your artifacts, Zenless can still give you about 100 more artifacts than that. Just by it being a new week for Zenless. You end up getting a bunch of artifacts from the various modes. Oh boy. Anyways. Yeah, Miyabi's ears, yeah. Zenless is just got all parts of all the moving parts. Look at the bouncy ears. But yeah, anyways. I got 90% of Zenless's artifacts through the music store. Yep. It's such a like I was just like, oh wow, they managed to like take this strongbox mechanic. Like they took kind of how Genshin works, kind of how Star Rails worked, and just made it 10 times better. Got rid of variable roll values. It's just like, it's so very not awful. It's crazy. Anyways, her ears are jello. I mean, I think it's more just her ears are floppy. I think big ears are, if you have big ears in your head, are they not going to flop around? I don't know. Anyways, but Zenless has exaggerated movement in general for all of its thing. It's pretty consistently a stylistic choice, I would say. Side effect of that is I'd say, yep, there are some too jiggly asses. I don't know if the ears are that jiggly though, but anyways. They flop around a bit too much, maybe. I don't know. I haven't noticed it that much. I think it's fine. Anyways, I need to stop streaming. Because I need to record the Shalom video too. Hopefully that's coming out tomorrow. But don't be surprised if it comes out later. Bye.